Chapter 2688. Xue Leihan's eyes flashed with killing intent. He said in a low voice, "Master Cloud, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time." The demon empress didn't say a word. Her face was cold. She came from the sky as fast as lightning. Master Yun's gaze was cold, like that of a venomous snake. His body retreated as if he was flying. Wherever he passed, the crowd would scatter. It was a powerful force that forcefully opened up a path, causing people to involuntarily move to the sides. He said, coldly, "Have you waited for me for a long time?" "Ha! Haven't you waited for more than 1,000,000 years?" "Xue Leihan, what can you do if you wait another 1,000,000 years?" Xue Leihan's face was dark. The Grand Orient sword turned into a rainbow and slashed at Master Cloud. Master Cloud dodged. Suddenly, the two women beside him attacked at the same time. Xue Xian Er's doppelganger. One of them was the doppelganger with Xue Xian Er's consciousness. At this moment, Xue Leihan didn't dare to underestimate the combined attack of the two doppelganger. The demon empress' face was cold. The demon king's hook came down. Master Cloud sneered. His body shook and hundreds of doppelganger appeared. His original body suddenly rushed into Xue Leihan's battle circle. A cold light flashed. There was no warning. It was the saint's secret killing technique. Xue Leihan took a deep breath and retreated. He sneered, "Master Cloud, back then when you plotted against Zi Wuji, you used this move, right? I've been guarding against you for so many years." His body flashed. With a boom, he exchanged a blow with one of Xue Xian Er's doppelganger. However, the saint had already brought the two women and flew thousands of feet away. After one blow, they immediately escaped. However, how could Xue Leihan let that happen? He gritted his teeth and chased after them. On the other side, Gu Daxing, Dong Wushang, Xie Danqiong, and the others rushed over. The other heavenly emperors also had several people flying over, although Rue Batong, Luo Kadi, and the others realized it a little later. They were also rushing over. On the high platform, the husband and wife were bowing to each other. Chu Yang was in the middle of performing the third ritual. He completed the ritual in a dignified and respectful manner. Chu Yang let out a long laugh. "Qing Wu Chen, Batian, Qian, from now on you are my wives. I'm so happy. I'm so happy." The four women pursed their lips and chuckled at the same time, but their eyes glistened with tears. The happiness in his heart was about to overflow. The heavens bear witness, the earth bears witness. Heroes of the world, witness it together. The minister's wedding ceremony is complete. Meng Wu shouted loudly and soared into the sky. "Congratulations to the minister!" Millions of people shouted in unison, "Bless the minister!" Chu Yang smiled and bowed. "Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your hard work today. Please have a drink with me. My wedding wine." Chu Yang didn't wait for the cheers to start. Instead, he said loudly, "Today everyone has given me so much love and kindness. I, Chu Yang, have nothing to repay you with. So, I'll give everyone the peace of Heaven Imperial Court." He let out a long roar. He said, "Eradicate our Heaven Imperial Court, the last root of the problem." He suddenly turned his head and looked in that direction. Although there was no sound, he could see that the entire space had been shattered. Everyone followed his gaze and looked over. Everyone felt a little strange. Someone actually dared to come and cause trouble at Qiong Zhao's wedding? Who ate the bear's heart and leopard's guts? Chaos! With a soft roar, 3 figures rushed out desperately and turned into 3 rainbows in the sky, fleeing towards the north. Chu Yang sneered. Then he shouted, "Master Yin, do you think you can still escape today?" With a flash of sword light, Chu Yang had already turned into a thunderbolt along with his sword. He chased quickly. "Cloud Master, the one who came today was actually saint only? 10,000 saints, true demon." Everyone who heard it felt their hearts tremble. This unforeseen event left everyone dumbfounded. Then, everyone saw the most beautiful picture in the world. "Mother, follow me to kill the enemy." Chu Yang's long roar came from afar. A strong gust of wind took off the red veils of the four brides together, for beautiful faces appeared in front of everyone at the same time. Everyone was like autumn water rippling, peerless in their generation. Their eyes seemed angry, shy, and happy. At this moment, everyone who saw them suddenly held their breath. There were actually such beauties in the world, and the four of them were gathered together, and the four of them were actually married to the same person. Cheong Zhao's minister was indeed blessed with endless luck. Then Tai Butian and Wu Qianqian floated down at the same time. Mo Qinggu and Zi Xieching's delicate bodies swayed and turned into two bolts of lightning, following closely behind Chu Yang. Two women were in charge of the internal affairs, while the other two were in charge of the external affairs. On this point, the division was very obvious. Two followed Chu Yang to conquer the world, while the other two guarded the foundation at home. This was the tacit understanding between the four women. There was no need to say anything. Everything was done naturally. By right, after the couple bowed to each other, the next step should be to send them to the bridal chamber. But now it seemed that they would definitely not be sent to the bridal chamber, because when they were bowing to heaven and earth, Chu Yang and the rest had already felt that there was chaos somewhere. The four of them realized at the same time that Saint Only's disturbance had finally come. Something was bound to happen on the wedding day. This was something that everyone had long been mentally prepared for. Although they were a little regretful that the wedding ceremony was ruined, the procedure had finally reached the final step. It could be considered a successful completion. What was left was just the part where the guests and the host enjoyed themselves. With so many people from Demon Emperor Heaven, the fairy race, and the Heavenly Armament Pavilion taking care of them, there would not be any problems. Therefore, once the wedding ceremony was completed, Chu Yang immediately joined the battle to encircle Cloud Lord. When Cloud Lord and Xue Xian saw that things were not going well, they immediately began to escape. They all knew that although their cultivation was top-notch in the Heaven Imperial Court, facing these people today, they really did not have any chance of winning at all. Even if they were to escape, slowly they would die here. Therefore, they did not hesitate. While Chu Yang and Brother Jia were still concerned about the wedding, they rushed out fiercely. Xue Leihan and the Demon Empress only had time to block them, but the other party fled desperately. But they could not stop them. They could only chase after them, chase after Cloud Lord, destroy the 10,000 saints' true spirit. Xue Leihan roared and was already the first to disappear. After that, the Demon Empress, Gudexing, Dong Wushang, Xiedanqiang, Ao Xian, Zi Wuji, Mo Lei Chulur, Mo Huichen, Long Yinhuan, Meng Jinghui, and so on all chased after them. They could make up for the wedding banquet in the future. However, the saint had escaped. There would be endless trouble. Once they were alone, it was not impossible for them to be killed instantly by the husband and wife. It was a lineup that had gathered all the top experts in the Heaven Imperial Court. With an unprecedentedly luxurious lineup, an unprecedented desperate chase took place in the Heaven Imperial Court, and the person being chased, it was actually the number one person in the world back then, the person with the highest authority in the Heaven Imperial Court, Cloud Lord. One had to say that this was a huge irony. Chu Yang, Mo Qinggu, and Zi Xieching started later and fell behind. But they chased all the way. The person who chased at the back was the Heavenly Emperor of Heavenly Secrets, Mo Tianji. Mo Tianji calmly arranged the subsequent matters. The Heavenly Armament Pavilion and the Fairy Clan. They are in charge of entertaining all the guests, friends from all the major worlds. After the wedding banquet, you can leave on your own. Once the army sets off, everyone will go to the purple cloud heavens together to fight the extraterrestrial demons. Friends from all the sects in the martial world, please contribute when the time comes. From now on, All the major worlds are to be prepared for battle. Get ready to go to the purple cloud heavens at any time. Friends and relatives, the situation today is special. The biggest hidden danger in the Heaven Imperial Court has appeared. Please forgive the haste of this wedding. When Chu Yang and his wife return, we will drink to our heart's content. Mo. Tianji clasped his hands and bowed. I have to catch up with them too. Otherwise, I won't be able to catch up with them. Mo. Tianji shook and turned into a rainbow. Meng Wuya, the MC, instantly became the manager. He warmly welcomed everyone to take their seats. Wine and dishes were served. Chu Failing and the other Heaven Imperial Court relatives and friends, accompanied by everyone, began to toast each table. Everything was no different from any other wedding. Although Yang Ruolan knew that with so many top experts chasing after the three of them, nothing would happen, she was still instinctively worried. This incident happened in a certain area. Not many people were alarmed. In other areas, almost no one knew that such a thing actually happened at such a time. They only thought that everything was peaceful. Therefore, the atmosphere was lively and they drank to their heart's content. Meng Wuya sent people to use the antidote left by Chu Lu to save those who were poisoned by the formless poison. Fortunately, they were treated in time. Chu Lu's antidote was also very effective. No one was injured or killed. It was a great blessing. Chu Yang walked with his sword. Beside him were two peerless beauties in fluttering red clothes. Although the three of them were chasing after the enemy, the sweetness of newlyweds could not be dispersed by the wind. Occasionally, when they saw each other, their eyes were also filled with drunkenness. Today, they finally became husband and wife. The two of you are finally my wives. Chu Yang turned into a rainbow and flew as he chuckled. His face was full of pride and happiness. And Mo Qinggu snorted and said, coquettishly, immoral! However, Zi Xieching, who had always been feisty, blushed. She actually lowered her head timidly and flew without saying a word. Her beautiful hair fluttered and her red clothes fluttered. This unprecedented scene made Chu Yang's heart burn. He couldn't wait to stop and find a place to cough, 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 enter the bridal chamber first. Although they were chasing after the enemy for thousands of miles and the situation was supposed to change rapidly, Chu Yang still felt an indescribable sense of beauty and gentleness. Violent explosions and sounds of battle came from the front, as well as a long howl from Shueleihan. Chu Yang's heart tightened. Sword light flashed. What harm is there in slaughtering the world? He rushed over quickly. Just as he arrived, he suddenly felt a strong vibration. Then a violent explosion suddenly occurred. Huff, huff, huff! After a few muffled groans, Longing Huan and Luo Kadi appeared and staggered back. Dong Wushang let out a long howl. Amidst the dust and smoke, his dark saber turned into a dragon and split the explosion wave in front of him. With a boom, everyone staggered back. A few hundred words, and I have to stop. I can't write a normal update. I didn't ask for leave, so I can only endure. I might as well ask for leave today, it's the last moment. I can't write too much. Chapter 2689. With a loud bang, a huge shockwave from the explosion spread out in all directions. Everyone was unable to stabilize themselves and staggered back. Chu Yang flew over and casually waved his hand. A copious amount of energy swept out and stabilized the bodies of everyone within sight. Then he asked in a loud voice, "How's the situation?" Other than a small accident, the saint didn't have the mountain and river sword, so his strength has decreased. He can't deal a fatal blow to us in an instant. If it wasn't for the huge explosion just now, he would have been surrounded by us. The few of us took the brunt of the explosion and retreated with injuries. However, the East Emperor Demon Empress has already broken through the resistance and chased after us. Gu Dexing and the rest have also followed. Dong Wushang's 7 orifices were bleeding. He panted and said, "The huge explosion just now was because the last clone of the Saint Empress, Xue Xian had self-detonated just now. So it was an attack formed by Shui Xian Er's self-detonation. I was wondering how powerful it was. Chu Yang took a deep breath and asked, "How's your situation?" "We're all right. Although many of us are injured, they aren't fatal." Dong Wushang's eyes were spitting fire. Shui Xian and Cloud Master are really shameless. They saw that we were about to be surrounded and couldn't escape. They actually forced their clones to self-detonate to break out of the encirclement. As it turned out, Rue Batong had the body of a phoenix and could fly in the air without needing to take a breath. He also had the help of the Nirvana flame, which was a great help. It was enough to entangle the saint. This was also because Rue Budong's strength hadn't reached the peak. Otherwise, the Nirvana flame would be the nemesis of the Thousand Saints' devil technique. With his strength alone, it was enough to exhaust the saint to death. Even so, after a few consecutive attempts, he still couldn't shake off Rue Batong. The saint finally realized that if he couldn't completely shake off Rue Batong, he might really die here today. As he thought of this, he actually slammed his palm on the body of Shui Xian Er's clone, who was flying side by side with him. This attack even hit Shui Xian Er's main body. It was also greatly unexpected. She cried out involuntarily, What are you doing?" Cloud Master's face was ferocious as he shouted, "Do you really want to die here?" Shui Xian remained silent. Then he saw Guru Yin unleash a series of bizarre attacks on the clone. The clone suffered the constant barrage of attacks from Guru Yin, but it didn't resist at all. In the next moment, he was kicked away by Cloud Lord. Then he shouted, "Explode!" The doppelganger instantly turned into a meteor in the sky, suddenly flying in the opposite direction of the group of heroes. At the same time, it seemed to be risking its life to unleash all the potential in its body and all the power of its Yuan Qi to the limit, completely locking down the entire space. For a moment, all the enemies who were chasing after them were blocked in an extremely desperate manner. This sort of lock-on action was essentially a suicidal act. This method could indeed obstruct Dong Huang and the others for a short period of time, but even Cloud Lord himself wouldn't be able to do so. Against the actions of so many peak-level experts at the same time, it could only be maintained for a short moment. Now that the Divine Empress Doppelganger was executing it, the time limit would be even shorter. After a momentary stalemate, he would have to face the full counterattack of everyone. And because he had used up all his energy and had yet to generate new energy, he would have to face all the counterattacks. This was definitely a suicidal act. "Are you going to risk your life?" Shui Leihan roared and said furiously, "Are you a doppelganger? Or the main body?" Although it was Shui Xian Er's doppelganger, her beautiful face was expressionless. Her eyes gradually flickered with black light. Then the entire space seemed to collapse at the same time, gushing into her body. Seeing this, Shui Leihan was shocked. He forcefully broke through the confinement and warned, "Everyone spread out. She's going to self-destruct." At the same time, he retreated quickly, no matter if it was a doppelganger or the main body in front of him. When an expert like the Divine Empress self-destructed, the power could no longer be described as shocking. Even if it didn't turn the world upside down, it was more or less enough. It was definitely qualified to drag any one or two of DE Empresses down to die with her. This was also the biggest reason why DE Empresses were not willing to fight to the death with experts of the same level. It was also the fundamental reason why Saint Lord, whose strength was clearly far above the Eastern Emperor and the Demon Empress, had never personally attacked the two of them for more than 1,000,000 years. It was because the counterattack they would suffer was too terrifying. But today, at this very moment, there was finally a self-destructing attack from DE Empresses. It was another ultimate self-destruction after more than 1,000,000 years since Zi, Hao, and the Heavenly Imperial Court. The Demon Empress was very experienced. With a quick thought, she made a prompt decision. With a somersault, she quickly broke away from the other party's confinement and hurriedly left. The other person closest to Shui Xian Er's doppelganger was Rui Batong. He also broke through the space seal of Shui Xian, Er's doppelganger, in an instant and launched a series of desperate attacks in the air, intending to break through the doppelganger's last line of defense and cause serious damage to her defense. However, Shui Xian, Er's doppelganger, was completely desperate at this moment. She didn't care what kind of injuries she suffered and actually ignored all the injuries. She only desperately blocked and even deliberately endured the attacks just to ensure that he didn't pass. Suddenly hearing Dong Huang's words, Rui Budong's phoenix body roared angrily and launched the last attack. Immediately, he flapped his wings and flew up to avoid the counterattack. However, at this moment, Shui Xian, Er's doppelganger, self-destructed in full force. Dong Huang, the Demon Empress, and Rui Budong's movement techniques were the fastest, so they were the closest to Shui Xian, Er's doppelganger. The three of them also reacted the fastest to Shui Xian, Er's doppelganger self-destructing and had room to maneuver. They each used different methods to achieve the same goal, which was to evade. However, those whose movement techniques were not as good were not so lucky. Dong Wushang, Mo Lei and Xie Danqiong broke through the space seal and rushed forward side by side. Like lightning, they dashed into the sky, full of dust and smoke. Only then did they hear Shui Leihan's loud roar. In a moment of panic, they wanted to stop immediately. However, their forward momentum was too fast, and they couldn't stop at all. Dong Wushang saw that the situation was critical and made up his mind. He simply pulled out his dark saber and roared. In an instant, he unleashed his cultivation to the maximum and used all his strength to slash down madly, without any intention of evading. Almost at the same time as Dong Wushang's domineering slash, Shui Xian, Er's doppelganger's self-destructed attack, was finally completed. Then, following a huge explosion, a huge shockwave rushed out with a loud rumble. Shui Xian, Er's doppelganger's entire body was destroyed. The first step was to turn into ashes. However, the entire space was also blown into smithereens. On the ground, a huge pit with a radius of more than a few hundred miles suddenly appeared. It was so deep that the bottom couldn't be seen. Those who were closer to the besiegers all let out a muffled groan, without exception. Ziwuji and Meng Jinghui both spat out a trace of blood at the corners of their mouths. They staggered back, but the ground was already a deep pit. Xie Danqiong flew over with a pale face. He pulled the two heavenly emperors back like a whirlwind. Dong Wushang's dark saber left a mark on the deep pit and actually split it into two halves again. It became two huge semicircles. Flowing water gurgled and made sounds at the bottom. Underground water slowly emerged, and slowly this place finally became a lake. The two semicircles were unrelated to each other. This place was called Sun and Moon Lake by the later generations. The Great Emperor's saber, the Divine Queen's explosion, the sun and moon formed, and the mist was vast. Finally, it became a legendary place. However, at this moment, Dong Wushang also flew back like a kite with a broken string. The three of them rushed forward too quickly and couldn't change directions. They were the main force to bear the brunt of the explosion. He went all out to protect Xie Danqiong and Mo Lei but he himself suffered the greatest impact. His internal organs were injured, and his injuries were not light. Fortunately, it was not fatal. For a moment, he saw stars. This was also because Dong Wushang's strength had improved recently, and he himself was walking a path of no return. Regardless of whether it was Xie Danqiong or Mo Lei who took his attack head-on, the result would definitely be much more serious than Dong Wushang's, even though their cultivation was on par with Dong Wushang's. It was even possible that they would be dragged along by Shui Xian, Er's doppelganger. What's more, if it was Ziwuji and Meng Jinghui, the two great heavenly emperors whose cultivation was lower than Dong Wushang's, even if their combined strength was stronger than Dong Wushang's, they were destined to be annihilated by Shui Xian, Er's doppelganger. This, of course, contained the principle of mutual promotion and suppression of martial arts, and also the true horror of the explosion of a first emperor-level expert. Although the main force of the explosion had disappeared and the aftermath was not over, this kind of aftermath was no longer a big threat to the Eastern Emperor Demon Empress, Gudexing, and the others. They broke through the aftermath and chased after them. However, after this obstruction, even Rue Batong, who was at the front, pulled some distance away from the Saint Lord. It was hard to say whether he could catch up. Xie Danqiong pulled the two heavenly emperors and Mo Lei to protect Dong Wushang. They were all injured, and Dong Wushang's injuries were especially serious. He didn't dare to force himself against the aftermath of the explosion and could only retreat with the aftermath. Just then, he saw Chu Yang rushing over. "You guys take care of your injuries first. I'll continue to chase." Chu Yang shouted. Sword light flashed and broke through the smoke and dust, rushing forward at extreme speed. It was just a short delay, and the Saint Lord and Meng Jinghui were long gone. However, Chu Yang and the others were still determined to continue to chase after them. The territory of Tian Ke was really too vast. If they didn't take the opportunity to eliminate the root of the problem this time, and if Master Yin continued to hide like he did a few months ago, with his cultivation, it would really be difficult to track him down and deal with him. Everyone would also have a splitting headache. With such an enemy hiding in the dark, who could deliver a fatal blow to you at any time and place, no one wanted to have such a feeling. Even if the Saint Monarch really disappeared into the mountains and forests and never came out again, who would be willing to let such a vicious criminal who had tormented the world die of old age? This was simply letting him off too easily. If they wanted to get rid of the Saint Lord, this was already the best chance. If they missed today, they would probably never have another day of peace. Everyone deeply understood this point, and it was precisely because they understood this point. Therefore, regardless of whether they were injured or not, they pursued with all their might. Chu Yang, Mo Qingguo, Zi Xieching, Demon Empress Xue Leihan, and the others rushed in the first wave, and the others followed closely behind. No one wanted to fall behind. Originally, I wanted to take leave, but I didn't expect to write a chapter. The second thing, please pay attention to my public Weixin. Open Weixin's address book, find my public subscribe, search for Wind Rides the World, and you'll see me. I hope everyone will add me. The third thing, my name is Lingtian, and I want to rule the world. Our Lingtian legend is now officially online. Download address, HP//LZ. Choose the corresponding version, and you'll be able to download it. This game is reported to be very fun. I welcome everyone to play with me. Chapter 2690. Why? Why did my doppelganger self-destruct when you asked it to? Why? Xue Xian. Ari's face turned ugly as she fled. Cloud Master, what do you mean by this? Explain yourself. Cloud Master fled with all his might and said indifferently, "Explain what?" "If we don't use this method, none of us will be able to leave. Do you have any other way to escape?" Xue Xian said angrily, "Don't try to change the topic. You know what I'm talking about. Why don't you say it? Don't you dare to say it." Cloud Master was silent for a while and said, "What?" Xue Xian said furiously, "Do you think I can't see it? My doppelganger has become your myriad saints' true spirit." "What do you mean by this? You have so many myriad saints' true spirits. Why do you still want to control my doppelganger? What do you mean? Where do you place me in this position?" Cloud Master was a little annoyed and said, "We are not even sure that we are out of danger yet, but you are still looking into these details. Is there any meaning in this?" Xue Xian sneered, "Why is there no meaning in this? Can I take it that you want to control my doppelganger after my original body is destroyed? What are you talking about?" Cloud Master said angrily, "We have been husband and wife for 1,000,000 years. How can I hide anything from you? We are of the same heart and mind. Why would I do such a thing to you? Besides, I only controlled one of your doppelganger as a precaution. However, I still control all of my doppelganger." His voice was hurried, and he said angrily, just in case, Isn't it to deal with the situation just now? If it was just a doppelganger with a single soul, would you ask her to self-destruct? Even if she did, would the effect be as good as just now? Although he had destroyed one of his clones, he had also widened the distance between him and his enemy by several thousand miles. At the very least, our chances of escaping have increased greatly, right? At this point, Xue Xian, Er's expression became slightly better. Besides, facing those opponents now, if we were to fight them normally, we might not even be able to win. Even if it's just running, do you have the confidence to escape? Cloud Master let out a long sigh. I had no choice. If my clone was still here, it would have been my clone that exploded. Xian, we've been husband and wife for 1,000,000 years. Don't you believe me? Xue Xian snorted but didn't reply. He continued to run with his head lowered. At this time, the two of them had already entered a mountain range with dense vegetation. The terrain was extremely complicated, but the two of them still ran wildly all the way. It seemed that they had already shaken off their pursuers at this moment. Xue Xian could finally heave a sigh of relief. However, the two of them were extremely careful. Still, he didn't dare to be negligent in the slightest. He once again took a deep breath and began to run. During the process, he changed his direction of travel countless times and changed his appearance countless times. Only then was he certain that he had shaken off his pursuers. Only then did the two of them finally have time to meet beside an extremely hidden mountain spring. He took a short break. After drinking a few mouthfuls of water, the two of them sat down. Even though he possessed an exceedingly high cultivation base, he was still exhausted to the point of choking. Xue Xian stared blankly at her own face in the stream. It was the face of a withered woman. As she stared, Xue Xian, Er's heart ached and tears finally flowed down her cheeks. Cloud Master, on the other hand, was a little irritated and said, "Why are you still crying at this time?" Xue Xian was obviously inexplicably melancholy as she muttered, "Yun, before this, could you have imagined that one day we would be hunted down like this?" She turned her head and stared at Cloud Master. Although her voice was melancholy, it was filled with endless charm. Yes, it was likely that not only the two of them, but everyone in the entire Heaven Imperial Court would never have imagined that on such a bleak day, Holy Monarch Cloud Master and Xue Xian would have the opportunity to experience such a miserable experience. Eastern Monarch Demon Empress Ziwu Ji had naturally imagined that after painstaking efforts and exhausting countless human and material resources, they would finally be able to defeat the Saint Monarch's forces and even kill him. But he had never imagined that they would be able to force him into such a situation, because being able to defeat and kill him was already an extravagant hope. For more than 1,000,000 years, the Holy Monarch's forces had always been at the top of the Heaven Imperial Court. No one had ever been able to challenge them. So who would have thought that after Yuan Tianji's identity was exposed, he would be executed and Heavenly Emperor Mo Yin would change hands? In just a short 2 years, the entire force would gradually collapse and reach a dead end. All of this was like a bizarre dream, and everyone felt that it was inconceivable. Cloud Master couldn't help but fall silent when he heard this. He then smiled bitterly and said, back then Myriad Saint's true demon was hunted down like this for his entire life. Xue Xian, Er's voice became sarcastic. Myriad Saint's true demon? That's your father. Of course. Cloud Master said indifferently, I have never denied that he was my father, especially in front of you. Xue Xian said, but you still killed him in the end. You could even say that the entire assassination was planned by you. It was indeed done by me, because if I didn't kill him, how could I have enough capital and foundation to become the only holy monarch in the future? Cloud Master said softly, in life, there will always be things that are helpless, and there will always be people that need to be sacrificed. This is the pugilistic world. Yin, do you know? This is what I like the most about you. Xue Xian, Er's voice was neither yin nor yang, because even when you killed your own father, you can still make it sound so philosophical and full of life insights. Cloud Master looked at the stream and said indifferently, "Is that so? Then how did your father die?" Shui Xian, Ai's face turned ashen. She lowered her voice and said, "Cloud Master, are you trying to force me to fight with you?" Master Yin snorted softly and said, "There's no need to be angry. We're all the same. You and I may have been glorious for so long, but we're all well aware of what happened to each other in the past. So, you don't need to provoke me, because you can't provoke me, but I can provoke you. Because I don't care at all, but you do care a little." Shui Sienna looked at him strangely and said word by word, "Cloud Master, do you still have a conscience when you say this?" "What is conscience? Do you have such a thing?" "Do I? If I had such a thing." Cloud Master's handsome face was stupefied. He said indifferently, "Would I still kill my own father?" "Well said. It makes sense. It makes so much sense." Shui Xian nodded slowly. "What you said is really fucking reasonable. Xian, or why are you swearing?" Cloud Master frowned. "Even though we are all people without a conscience, we know each other well. Why do we have to say it out loud? We have to be cultured and not swear." Shui Xian laughed sarcastically. "Cloud Master, do you still think so?" "Of course." Cloud Master said, "Whether a person has a conscience or not cannot be seen from the way he speaks. However, whether a person is cultured or not can be seen from the surface. But it can be seen from the surface that this shouldn't change with environment or position, and it should be permanent. Let me tell you one more time. Even if you don't have a shred of conscience, and all your conscience has been eaten by dogs," Cloud Master said, "but your elegant words and actions in front of others can still attract countless people. Let them think that you are reliable. Let them work hard for you. And once a person has no conscience, he can be like this forever. To be able to do this for such a long time, no matter what he does in the future, he will be successful." Cloud Master said softly, "Shui Xian, I'm sure you'll be able to do this forever. My years of success have proven this point." Shui Xian said sarcastically, "But you have still failed. You have almost lost everything." Cloud Master said casually, "It might not be a failure. Maybe when I make a comeback, the entire world will be in our hands again. Even the original East Emperor Demon Empress will no longer exist. It will be completely clean, and there will be no more eyesores." "Based on what? What arrogance?" Shui Xian looked at him in shock. "In such a desperate situation, how can you still be so confident? How can you be so ambitious?" Cloud Master didn't answer, but stood up. "Let's go to the purple cloud heavens. When we get there, you will understand everything." Purple cloud heavens. Shui Xian's eyes lit up. "Could it be that you have left a backup plan there? A crafty rabbit has 3 burrows?" The saint took a deep breath and didn't answer immediately. His eyes suddenly flashed with an indescribable evil black light, and he said, "When we get there, you will understand. Completely understand." The 2 of them flew up. Chu Yang and the rest followed them all the way, but they didn't find any traces that could be tracked. Everyone stopped in front of the continuous forest. People from all directions started to gather here. At such a moment, no one dared to be negligent. They couldn't afford to waste any time. "There are no traces in the west," said Dong Wushang, Mo Lei, and Xia Danqiu. They couldn't help but admire Dong Wushang's strong physique. Previously, he took the main force of Shui Xian's self-explosion and was severely injured. But after taking a heavy elixir, he didn't rest much and rushed over with Mo Lei and Xia Danqiu. They basically didn't pull too far away from the main group. After that, the 3 of them took over the investigation in the west. "There are no traces in the east," said Gu Duxing, Buluqing, and Rui Batong. In terms of speed, Rui Batong and the rest were considered the first group in tracking. They were originally the closest to the saint, but after the huge explosion, they lost the lock on their divine senses. They could only rely on their intuition to chase after them. After they reached this place, they continued to pursue in the east, but still found nothing. There are no traces in the north either. The ones pursuing in the north were Chu Yang, Xue Lei Han, Mo Qinggu, and the rest. Chu Yang and the rest arrived after Rui Batong and the rest, but before Dong Wushang and the rest. Seeing Rui Batong and the rest chasing in the east, they chased in the north. In such a terrain, one north and one east were undoubtedly the most common directions to escape in, but there were no traces of the saint in the three directions. The south was the direction that everyone had neglected because they had originally chased from the south. Although it was said that the most dangerous place was the safest place, it was still the most dangerous place. The saint didn't dare to go to the south, even if they didn't encounter Brother Jie. There was a greater chance of encountering other people, such as the injured Ziwuji and Meng Jinghui. As long as they were detected, there was really no possibility of escaping. But why were there no traces at all? Even if the self-explosion just now caused a slight gap in the tracking, it was extremely short. There shouldn't be no traces at all. Chu Yang and the others knitted their brows tightly. They were completely puzzled. With the saint's experience and scheming, once he really pulled away and got rid of the tracking, it would be more difficult than ascending to the heavens to catch up again. The original intention of this setup was to not allow him to escape again. The heavenly demon war was imminent. They had finally succeeded in luring the saint out. If he escaped again, there would be endless trouble in the future. If the saint appeared at the crucial moment of the heavenly demon war to make trouble, it could even overturn the battle in one fell swoop. No one could afford to take this risk. But now that they had lost track of him, the more they delayed, the further away they were from the enemy. But now they had no clue at all. They didn't know how to proceed. But after a moment of hesitation, more people behind had arrived. This also meant that they were one step further away from the saint. Split up. Chu Yang and Xue Lei Han looked at each other and said these two words at the same time. This was the only solution they could think of. The only solution. Split into three. Mo Tianji rushed over as if he was about to vomit blood. He was the last to start. The people in front were desperately chasing. To be able to catch up here was already the result of overdrawing their limits. 3? Why 3? Everyone frowned and asked. Yes, 3. 1 to the northeast, 1 to the northwest, and 1 to the north. Mo Tianji panted and didn't even have time to adjust his breathing. He immediately gave out instructions. There must be no less than one person in each group. Use the Tianji intelligence network to maintain contact at all times. If you discover traces of the enemy, try your best to stall him. Don't kill him, just surround him. No matter how many sacrifices are made, you must hold on until our main group arrives. If we don't find him, then we will finally meet at Purple Cloud Heavens. Purple Cloud Heavens. Where? Chu Yang and Xue Lei Han were shocked when they heard this. The two of them instantly had a thought. If they couldn't find him, the situation might become extremely bad. Everyone else's hearts were also in turmoil. Yes, the final meeting place was the most important place in the Heaven Imperial Court, Purple Cloud Heavens. Speed was the most important thing in war. Without further ado, everyone immediately split up into 3 groups. Xue Lei Han, Mo Qingqing, Yao Xian Ziwuji, Longinghuan, Meng Jinghui, and Mo Huiqin formed a group and headed towards the northeast at lightning speed. The 7 of them spread out in a fan-shaped formation and searched. Chu Yang, Mo Qinggu, Zi Xieching, Brother Hu, Tribulation Spirit, Chu Lu or Mo Tianji, and GMO formed a group of 8 and headed towards the north. This was equivalent to heading straight towards Purple Cloud Heavens. Gu Dexing, Dong Wushang, Xiedan Trong, Ao Xiun, Luo Kadi, Xinyang, and Rui Batong headed towards the northwest. These 3 groups of people could be said to have gathered all the top experts in the Heaven Imperial Court. The various heavens and earths along the way were also mobilized. The scale of this pursuit was definitely unprecedented in history. At the same time, it could also be considered a new competition between the old and new celestial emperors. The three groups of people converged into the forest, like green smoke. Everywhere they passed, there was no sound. Tianji, how likely do you think it is that the saint is heading towards purple cloud heavens? Chu Yang asked in a low voice as he flew forward. 100%. Mo Tianji's face was solemn as he said, the saint's destination is definitely purple cloud heavens, because he has already been uprooted in the Heaven Imperial Court and has no place to stand. The only chance for him to make a comeback is with the extraterrestrial demons and with Master Yun's temperament and character. Even if everyone in the Heaven Imperial Court dies, he won't feel the least bit of heartache. He will still achieve his own goal. So, he will definitely go to purple cloud heavens. There is no room for doubt about this. The only difference is which path he will take to go to purple cloud heavens, and whether or not we can get ahead of him and intercept him. Mo Tianji took a deep breath. If that's the case, wouldn't Tan Tan and the Tribulation Brothers be in great danger? Chu Yang frowned. There is still room for maneuver in the current situation. I have already notified Tan Tan immediately. So, I informed Tan Tan to be on guard. Mo Tianji said, moreover, I warned them repeatedly, if they see the saint and the divine empress, they must do their best to intercept them at all costs. They must hold on until we get there. They must not let the saint and the extraterrestrial demons meet. Otherwise, it will be a big problem. Then let's speed up a little. Even if we can't intercept the saint, I hope we can reach purple cloud heavens before him. Chu Yang took a deep breath, and his eyes flashed. Mo Tianji started to roll his eyes when he heard this. Our speed is already fast enough, okay? Mo complained, boss. Even if you don't understand us, you should at least understand the two new sisters-in-law. They are still brides, and you are torturing them like this. Chu Yang knocked on Mo's head with a puff sound. He scolded, why are you talking so much? What are you talking about? Do you know how to phrase it? Mo Tianji said as he ran, now that you mention it, I remember something. Chu Yang, we are not only sworn brothers now, but also relatives. Don't always call me by my name. You should call me brother-in-law instead. Oh, right. You haven't done the etiquette of meeting brother-in-law. This is the standard wedding etiquette. It can't be avoided. Chu Yang smiled faintly. Mo Tianji, are you sure you want me to call you brother-in-law? Also, are you sure you want this etiquette? If you insist. No problem, really. I can do all of that right now. My brother-in-law. Hearing this, Mo Tianji shivered subconsciously. He instinctively felt a sense of crisis. He thought about how Chu Yang had no scruples now. He had already married his wife, and he was still struggling to pursue her. Chu Yang's words were obviously a threat, a blatant threat. In the end, he still wanted to marry the other party's younger sister. If he took advantage of this advantage that he didn't know if he could take advantage of in the future, when he had to call a certain someone brother-in-law, at that time, thinking of this, he shuddered. He hurriedly laughed and said, forget it, forget it. We are all children of the Jianghu. Let's do as we please. Now is the time to destroy the holy monarch and pacify the demons. I won't bother about it. Even if you won't be calculative, I will. I will remember what you did today. In the future, when there is no such thing as destroying the saint and pacifying the demons, we will settle this properly. Chu Yang looked sideways and said sinisterly. Mo Tianji looked up to the sky and sighed. We can't live through this day. Heavens, earth, why don't you open your eyes? Mo Qinggu and Zi Xieching rolled their eyes as they watched this pair of clowns bicker. Even though it was such a tough chase, they were all smiles and didn't look tired at all. Thousands of miles passed by in a flash. Xue Leihan chased all the way, as fast as a spark. Beside him there was Xue Qi. Xue Qi caught up from behind. Xue Qi's real cultivation was only second to Dee's, so it was not worth mentioning. However, his lightness skill was really brilliant. He was almost on par with the elf archer god, who was the best at body skills. He lived up to his name as the #1 assassin in Imperial Palace. The two brothers had a special way of communicating with each other. They directly contacted their elder brother. The two brothers chased forward as if their lives depended on it, far ahead of the others. The other heavenly emperors all felt strange about them. Why are these two so desperate? What are they doing? Not only them, Xue Leihan and Xue Qi also felt very strange in their hearts. They were very confused. Why are they chasing like this? After they really caught up, what could they do? What could they do? Even if they caught up with him, what could they say to him? They would still have nothing to say. No matter what, Xue Xian, and Lord Yin were destined to die this time. They had to die no matter what. So, what was the use of saying anything? What was the point? The two brothers' feelings were complicated and indescribable, but they didn't slow down at all. After a few days of chasing, they had already left the others thousands of miles behind. In front of them was a small village. The yellow sand was boundless, and a lonely little village came into view. There were at most 50 families in this place. Let's go down and rest for a while, eat something and drink some water. They came out in a hurry this time. Chu Yang's wedding had used up more than half of their inventory, and after flying with all their might, they indeed needed to take a breather. The two of them landed in front of a wine shop in the village with a schwa sound. They had already seen it from afar. There was no mistake at all. The two of them strode into the wine shop. However, there were two people walking out from the front. The four of them happened to meet each other, but the moment their eyes met, the four of them suddenly stiffened together. Xue Xian, Lord Yin. First of all, we have to thank 37 Games. They worked together with Master Longquan Shin Guanglong Sword Shop to create an expensive one real-scale tribulation sword. The following is an advertisement for a brief introduction. After all, they helped us fulfill our dream of creating a real tribulation sword. Longquan Shin Guanglong Sword Shop was founded in 1885 during the Qing Dynasty. It was located in Longquan City, Zhejiang Province. It was the only time-honored sword manufacturer in the area that inherited his father's business. It was famous both at home and abroad for being the best sword in the world. Since 1942, the swords made by Shin Guanglong Sword Shop were collected by famous people both at home and abroad. They made swords for Chiang Kai-shek, Nixon, Jin Yong, and even Shidada. The physical tribulation sword is expected to be completed in early September. You can also find out the progress of the forging of the tribulation sword through 37 Games official website. Chapter 2692. On the opposite side, Cloud Master and Xue Xian were also stunned. Both of them had never imagined that they would unexpectedly meet each other in such a desolate place, encountering a life and death feud. The next moment, the four of them took a step back at the same time. The sage's extremely powerful consciousness spread out in an instant to observe the surrounding movements. As long as there was any movement, he would immediately escape. Unexpectedly, he was greatly relieved and smiled calmly. Your Majesty, Eastern Sovereign, it's a small world. What a coincidence! Xue Leihan snorted. It's indeed a coincidence. But for you, I'm afraid it's not a coincidence. Cloud Master smiled lightly. Not necessarily. If there's only the two of you here, then the ones who should say it's not a coincidence should be the two of you. Xue Leihan smiled indifferently. You're indeed the saint of the past. You can still be so calm in such a desperate situation. However, if you hadn't used your divine sense to search carefully just now, I'm afraid it would be difficult for you to be so calm. As for who's coincidental and who's not, we can only judge after the battle. Xue Qi, who was beside Xue Leihan, looked deeply at Xue Xian and said, Since that's the case, let the two of us fight the two of you. After whoever wins and loses, I believe both of us will have no regrets. Xueqi's voice was filled with a strong sense of melancholy. This was clearly felt by the Saint Empress, and Xue Leihan. Cloud Master and Xue Leihan snorted coldly at the same time and moved at the same time. The battle was about to begin. However, at this moment, Xue Xian, who was beside Cloud Master, suddenly screamed. The volume of this scream was so loud that it almost pierced through one's eardrums. Seventh brother, Xue Xian. Ai's voice became as sharp as a ghost. Her body was also shaking. She stared at Xueqi in disbelief. Her cherry lips instantly turned pale. She said with a trembling voice, "Your seventh brother?" Xue Leihan and Cloud Master, who were about to attack, stopped immediately. Xue Leihan's gaze was fixed on Xue Xian, while Cloud Master also looked at Xueqi in disbelief. Xueqi's face twitched violently. He tried to deny it in a hoarse voice. "No, you are." Xue Xian rushed forward and grabbed Xueqi without any hesitation. She screamed, "You are my seventh brother. You are. You are. I remember. That was how you looked at me back then. With such pain, such regret, such pain and determination." Snowy Seven roared. "I said I'm not." Xue Xian's entire body started to tremble. Suddenly, she wiped her face and instantly returned to her original appearance. She pointed at her face and said in a pleading tone, "Seventh brother, I am Xian. I'm Xian. Xue Leihan and Guru Yun watched this scene in silence. Their eyes were filled with an exceptionally complicated expression. Xueqi's body swayed weakly under Xue Xian's violent shaking, but he was unable to break free. His eyes were already red, but he still tried his best to deny it. "I'm not your seventh brother. I'm not Xueqi. I'm not. You've got the wrong person." Xue Xian burst into tears. Suddenly, she hugged Xueqi tightly. She cried her heart out, and her face was covered in tears. Xue Leihan suddenly felt an extremely strong sense of danger from the bottom of his heart. He shouted, "Seventh brother, be careful!" Xueqi was shocked. He activated his martial arts, and his internal organs moved. He struggled with all his might, trying to break free from the entanglement of the person in front of him. But suddenly he felt a chill on his chest. He quickly retreated and saw a bloody dagger being pulled out of his chest as he retreated. The dagger was pulled out of his body and blood gushed out. Xueqi was indeed the #1 assassin in the imperial court of heaven. After being reminded by Xue Leihan, he reacted quickly and forcefully activated his secret technique, causing his heart to shift. He narrowly avoided the fatal blow of the saber, but he still suffered heavy external injuries. As he staggered backward, he didn't use his vital qi or his cultivation as a saint to heal his wounds. Instead, he allowed the blood to gush out from his chest. He looked at Xue Xian in disbelief and laughed bitterly. "Good, very good. It's wonderful. Xue Xian, you're really vicious." At the last sentence, he actually used all his strength to roar at the sky. This roar was earth-shattering and earth-shattering. Xue Xian held the dagger in her hand as she staggered backward due to the explosive force of Xueqi's yuan qi. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as she stared at the dagger in her hand, which was still dripping with blood. The blood was still warm. This was her own brother's blood. It was on her dagger. Her brain suddenly felt dizzy, and she was at a loss for what to do. Her body swayed, and she almost fell to the ground. With a weak voice, she called out, "Seventh brother?" I. Xueqi's eyes were wide open. He shouted angrily, "Bitch! Which one is your seventh brother?" Xue Xian's tears rolled down. She cried, "Oh my God! What did I do? How did this happen? How did this happen?" Xue Leihan's eyes were suddenly filled with tears. Dong Huang was very experienced. The scene just now seemed to be Xue Xian killing her brother without any regard for their brotherhood. But in fact, it was not the case. Previously, when Xue Xian tried to bully Xue Qi by pulling his clothes, she was completely undisciplined. If not for the fact that Xue Qi was also bound by kinship and did not retaliate, Xue Xian would have already died. Although Xue Qi managed to dodge the attack in time, he was still dead. For an expert like Xue Xian, when she succeeded in her attack, she did not channel her vigorous energy into the dagger in her hand. It was not impossible for her to crush Xue Qi's internal organs, or even her body. However, Xue Xian was evaded by Xue Qi's protective energy. If it was not for the fact that Xue Xian did not have any killing intent at that moment and did not use any of her cultivation, she would not have ended up like this. Xue Qi was in the situation and was naturally furious, but Xue Leihan, as a bystander, was clear about it. This was also one of the reasons why Xue Leihan did not attack immediately when he saw his brother injured. At the same time, Xue Leihan remembered that year when he was stabbed by his own sister. The two incidents were actually so similar. It was also the same back then. He turned and stared at Cloudmaster. His eyes were filled with so much hatred that they almost popped out of his eye sockets. He said word by word, "Cloudmaster, what a good move." Cloudmaster smiled. "Brother Xue is the one with good eyesight. You saw through it?" Xue Leihan took a deep breath. His voice was filled with heart-wrenching pain. He said with difficulty, "If I'm not wrong, Xue Xian is your first true spirit, right? Is she also the so-called true spirit?" Yun Shangren chuckled and did not reply. At the beginning of the cultivation of the 10,000 saints' true spirit, there's a trick. First, you have to destroy the cultivator's humanity. However, true feelings cannot be destroyed no matter what. No matter how inhumane a person is, he or she still has some emotions. This is also the so-called true feelings. Xue Leihan's voice was filled with grief and indignation. The 10,000 saints' true devilback then was unable to cultivate the true spirit. Or perhaps he failed in cultivating the true spirit. Therefore, his demonic technique was flawed, and he was killed by us in the end. This led to the situation after that when you controlled everything. So, you've already turned your true feelings into true spirits and injected them into Xian Er's body. From now on, you've become emotionless, but you've also made Xue Xian under your control at all times. Cloudmaster only smiled coldly and did not say a word. Actually, I've always been curious. It's just that, although Xian loved her appearance too much, she was still a pure and kind girl since young. She had always been obedient, filial, and virtuous. But why did her personality suddenly change so drastically? Why did she lose her humanity and kill her father and brother without mercy? So that's why everything was under your control. Sienna. Cloudmaster looked at Xue Leihan in surprise. After a long while, he suddenly realized something and exclaimed in surprise, "So you're the young master of the Xue clan. Xue Shaoran? You're actually not dead." Xue Leihan's words made Cloudmaster completely understand something. Why did Xue Leihan always go against him? Why did the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Clouds, Zi Hao, always go against him? For 1,000,000 years, the hatred could not be erased. No matter how he tried to be friendly, it could not be erased. The reason was actually this. Xue Leihan's face was dark as he stared at him. The saint was surprised for a long time. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. "I was wondering, why did you keep calling her Xian today? Are the two of you that close? So you're indeed that close. Brother-in-law, you're wrong." "Bah, who's your brother-in-law?" Xue Leihan gritted his teeth. "Cloudmaster, no matter what, you were once the ruler of the imperial court. Your status is extraordinary. Can you not be so shameless in your words?" Cloudmaster smiled and nodded lightly. "Since brother-in-law says so, I'll follow your orders." "Ha! Speaking of which, I really didn't expect that the world-renowned East Sovereign was actually the Xue clan's first young master, Xue Shaoran, whom I thought had died countless years ago. The world is really strange and unimaginable. Nothing is impossible. Xue Leihan looked at him deeply and said no more. However, the contempt and disdain contained in his sharp gaze caused the saint to fly into a rage. If it was anyone else, even Chu Yang, who showed such a gaze, Cloud Master might not be angry. But only from Xue Leihan, only from the Xue clan's first young master Xue Shaoran, whose identity was now revealed. Such a gaze was unbearable to Cloud Master. I'm the one who controlled it. So what? Cloud Master said fiercely. If not, how could I destroy your Xue clan? How could I take over the Xue clan's power for my own use? How could I achieve the supreme status of the only saint? Xue Leihan looked at him with pity and disgust. He slowly turned his head and looked at his younger brother and sister. His gaze was deep and filled with helplessness and despair. Chapter 2693. Xue Leihan knew that since Cloud Master had said so, it meant that he would not let Xue Xian off. He would release his control over Xue Xian. Absolutely, there was no hope. There was absolutely no chance. Even if Cloud Master released Xue Xian, what could he do? On the other side, Xue, Qi, and Xue Xian were also looking at their elder brother in a daze. Xue Xian's eyes were full of sorrow. She looked at Xue Leihan and said in a daze, "Elder brother, I'm sorry." She looked at Xue Leihan in a pitiful manner. Her body was like a withered flower as she slowly knelt down. She touched the ground with her head and sobbed. Xue Leihan looked up to the sky and roared, "Heavens, why? Why do you treat my Xue clan like this?" The sky was covered with dark clouds. Suddenly it started to snow. It was only October now. It was not November yet. The weather should not be cold enough for snow to fall. But at this moment, it suddenly started to snow like goose feathers. Cloud Master. Xue Xian knelt on the ground. She looked so weak, completely different from the previous divine empress. She said in a low voice, "Then why did you let me wake up today? Can't you just let me continue to be bad? Why did I have to wake up today? I'd rather I continue to be bad and be controlled by you. I'd never know what I've done. I'm just that inhumane, divine empress. But today you chose to let me go. Why?" Xue Xian's head was close to the ground. Her beautiful hair was spread out on the ground. Dense snowflakes fell down. They landed on Xue Xian's hair. In a short period of time, it seemed to have dyed her hair silver white. Cloud Master's mouth twitched. He said, "This time it's not that I didn't want to control you, but you recognized Xue Qi at that moment. Moreover, the majority of my 10,000 saints' true spirit has been destroyed. My 3 clones have all perished. So if you happen to recognize your loved ones by chance one day, you'll be able to find them. And when my consciousness returned, I couldn't suppress it." He smiled bitterly and said, "You are my true spirit, the most special existence to me. I can suppress all true spirits that resist me. But when the true spirit suddenly awakens, I can't suppress my true spirit." Xue Xian lay on the ground. He remained motionless and muttered, "Master Yin, I hate you." This sentence was said very calmly, and there was no emotion in it at all. Not a single trace of emotion was revealed. Like a walking corpse, he let out the calmest sound. It was the most unconscious murmur. However, Master Yun shuddered. Then Cloud Master laughed strangely and said, "Xian, although you're conscious right now, you're still alive. So what? No matter what I want you to do, you can't resist. I know this, and so do you." Xue Xian said calmly, "We're husband and wife who have spent millions of years together. Now that I'm at the end of my road, you can't even let me go." Master Yun sighed and said, "Xian, husband and wife are birds in the same forest. When disaster strikes, they fly away separately. Do you want to leave? Avoid this disaster?" Xue Xian laughed coldly. "Even if I leave you, can I still live?" She laughed bitterly. "Who in the world can forgive me? Even if it's me, can I forgive myself? Since you're so clear about it, why don't you just walk down this path with me? Master Yin said indifferently, walk until you're destroyed or rise again. After all, there's still a lot to be done. A lot to be done? So what if there's a lot to be done? Isn't it just continuing to be controlled by you? Shui Xian laughed mockingly. She did not raise her head, but her tears were spreading on the ground. Being controlled by a person who deceived me, controlled my mind, killed my parents, destroyed my family, and controlled me to kill my brother's friends and family. How can I continue to be controlled by such a person? As Shui Xian said this, she suddenly jumped up. Her hair was disheveled, and her face was full of tears. She rushed toward Master Yin crazily. Master Yin, you heartless bastard. Master Yin's eyes instantly turned cold, but there was still a hint of heartache in them. He shouted, stop! Shui Xian, eyes flying body, suddenly stopped, and she fell from the sky. She stared at Master Yin, and she bit her lips so hard that they were bleeding. However, she could not disobey the orders of the devil in front of her. Her face was full of struggle, and her veins were popping out. She said hoarsely, Master Yin, if you still care about the millions of years of love between husband and wife, just let me die. Let me end this once and for all, I beg you. Master Yin's eyes were also filled with pain and struggle. Xia, it's not that I don't want to let you go, but you're the spirit of my true feelings. You're the spirit of my true feelings. It's fine if you're killed by someone else, but if I kill you with my own hands, it's the same as killing my own true feelings. He said gently, Xian, only this way can you feel that your true feelings are still there. If I could, I would have killed you with my own hands a long time ago. Shui Xian stared at him angrily, and she kept panting. So, you wanted to kill me a long time ago? Shui Xian smiled bitterly. Then why didn't you kill me? The one that I truly like, the one that I truly entrust my true feelings to, is that pure, kind, and innocent Shui Xian. Master Cloud looked at her with a pained expression. I know that I am a villain, a bad person, but I still like the Shui Xian that I first met. I'm a bad person, but I also like beautiful things. Therefore, I projected all of my beautiful emotions onto you, causing me to completely degenerate into a bad person who couldn't be saved. And the key to cultivating the myriad holy true spirit is to project all of your beautiful emotions onto the person you love the most. But just like that, it can't make you do the things that I want you to do. And those things are only for you. No one else can do it. Even though you loved me so much that you couldn't extricate yourself from it, you would never do anything that went against morality for me. So I had no other choice. I could only use my true spirit to control your mind and make you lose yourself, to make you gradually become a brand new Shui Xian. That was the only way. My ambition to rule the world could be completed with the help of the Shui clan's power. But doing that would destroy you. The Shui Xian, that I like, is gone and she's replaced. There's only a cruel and vicious woman. If I had a choice, I wouldn't want to do that. Every time I see you, I feel terrible. Why did you change? Master Yin looked at Shui Xian, with some pain. I only used the resources around you to achieve my goal. I never wanted to hurt you. But why did your nature change? You've become a completely different person. Shui Leihan couldn't listen to him anymore. He scolded, Master Yin, you're a crazy, evil, despicable person. If you didn't control my sister and influence her, would she have changed? If you didn't control her to do things, would she have changed? If you didn't deliberately create and guide her second personality to become the leader of my sister's life, would she have changed? If you didn't control and suppress her nature, would she have changed? You're obviously the one who created all this, but now you're asking why you changed. Do you have any humanity left? Shui Leihan scolded. You're not human at all. You are an evil creature from head to toe. Qi pressed on her wound and laughed sarcastically. Master Yin, you're really whimsical. You controlled her mind and suppressed her nature to achieve your goal. And after you completely turned her into a witch and achieved your unspeakable goals, you're still complaining about why she's no longer the pure and kind Shui Xian, or of the past. You don't even like her? Ha ha ha. How ridiculous, how ridiculous. Master Yin looked up at the sky and sneered. Is this very funny? Qi, is this really so funny? Do you know how many men in this world are doing the same thing as me? Qi spat. Bullshit. Other than you, who else in this world would be so crazy to do such heinous things? Master Yin sneered. Is there really no one? Aren't all men the same? Most men, after marrying a wife, let her accompany him through thick and thin. After a few decades, when they're doing well, they'll complain. Why is my wife no longer the beautiful girl of the past, and become the ugly woman she is now? Become an old and haggard woman? With this excuse, they'll go look for a second wife and even shamelessly say that they're looking for true love. Master Yin sneered. Qi, how different do you think these people are from me? Don't they treat their wives as tools to be used? What's the difference between him and me? Cloud Shangren asked sharply. Shui Leihan said lightly, but they're not like you, hurting their loved ones and bringing disaster to the world. Even if they have a change of heart after becoming rich, they'll at most be accused of having no conscience. Compared to you, a great demon who has brought disaster to the world for millions of years, they're completely different. At this point, Shui Leihan couldn't help but sigh secretly. In this world, there were really too many people without conscience. Perhaps Master Yin was right. Men, like them, were really no different from Master Yin. It was just that they didn't bring disaster to the world like Master Yin. Shui Xian smiled miserably and said, Big brother, I'm sorry. Back then I stabbed you. Today I stabbed seventh brother. Our Shui clan was destroyed because of me. Our loved ones died because of me. Our parents, she choked with sobs, but then raised her head fiercely and said, Big brother, today we still have to fight, because as long as Master Yin doesn't let me off, I can't control my own body at all. I can't even kill myself. Shui Leihan looked at her deeply. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. He only felt a wave of heartache, as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. I don't have the face to call myself the daughter of the Shui clan anymore. I don't dare to call myself the sister of my two brothers either. Shui Xian bowed down and kowtowed hard. But I only ask for one thing. Say it. Shui Leihan gritted his teeth and said, Kill me. Shui Xian said sternly, Please use the martial arts of the Shui clan to kill me. Destroy my divine soul. Turn me into powder, never to be reincarnated. Shui Leihan and Qi's bodies shook when they heard this. Big brother, seventh brother, you should know. You should understand that I... Shui Xian kowtowed hard. Now I'm still alive, but I really don't have the face to see you. Even if I die, I don't have the face to see my parents. Kill me. Kill me. Destroy my soul. That's already the best ending for me. Shui Leihan and Qi stood there in a daze. Their hearts felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. Only now do I understand why Dong Huang showed mercy to me. Why the world's #1 assassin showed mercy to me. So that's why. Shui Xian smiled contentedly. Her face was full of tears. That's because I'm their younger sister. Even though I'm such a heartless and inhumane younger sister, they're still protecting me. Don't protect me anymore. Don't show mercy anymore. Shui Xian looked at her two brothers with satisfaction and despair. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. Kill me. This is my last and only request in this life. Big brother. The north wind whistled and snow fell from the sky. Shui Leihan closed his eyes slowly and nodded. 2 drops of tears fell from the corner of his eyes. Shuesian stood up and looked at the sky full of snow. Her eyes revealed an extremely pure smile. Perhaps it was only at this moment that she truly displayed the elegance of the #1 beauty of the celestial imperial court. She stretched out her hands and welcomed the drifting snowflakes as she muttered, "The entire world is covered in snow." Her eyes were deep and profound. It was as if she saw the Shwe clan in its heyday and saw her parents and relatives. They still took care of her, indulged her, and spoiled her. She was still the little princess of the Shwe clan. She was doted on by 3,000 people. Every year, when she went to university, she would be especially excited and happy because her mother said that she was born during the heavy snow and was a little fairy of snow. "So I'm called Shuesian, mother." "Shuesian," murmured softly. Tears fell from her eyes. "Father, mother, the Shwe clan." Perhaps the Shwe clan's biggest mistake was to give birth to such a heartless daughter like me. Heavens, who can erase these millions of years? I want to go back to the past. A woman loving the wrong person can actually lead to such serious consequences. Chapter 2694. Master Yun shuddered. Suddenly he shouted, "Attack! Kill Shwe. Kill Shwe-chi!" Shuesian, Er's body trembled violently. Her pure and beautiful smile was still on her lips as she suddenly flew up into the air. Like a phoenix dancing in the sky, she charged madly toward Shwe, unleashing killing moves one after another. Tears were already rolling down her face. However, she didn't show any mercy. Every move was meant to kill. Seeing this, Shwe sighed and attacked with all his might. Master Yun laughed wildly. He turned and rushed toward Shwe-chi. His palm turned into a thunderbolt, condensing the falling snowflakes into a huge palm and slamming it down. Master Yun's goal was obvious. There were only Shwe and Shwe-chi here. As long as he could kill Shwe-chi before Shwe killed Shuesian, everything would be under his control. Regardless of whether he advanced or retreated, he would have ample room to maneuver. Although Shwe-chi's strength could enter the level of First Martial Emperor, he was at most at the bottom. He was much weaker than the East Emperor Demon Empress. Now that he had suffered serious external injuries and was hurt in the heart, Master Yin was confident that he wouldn't need to spend too much effort or time to deal with him. On the other hand, on Shwe side, even if he went all out, it was still uncertain whether he would be able to let down his guard and kill his own sister with his own hands at the last moment. Wasn't this the great tie of having a lover? His advantage was still very obvious. Master Yin was very confident. Therefore, he attacked calmly and confidently. However, Shwe-chi didn't show any fear. He let out a long howl. A cold light flashed from his sword. Then he turned into a bolt of lightning along with his sword. He rushed upwards. This fierce battle between dragons and tigers finally broke out in full force. Master Yin didn't care about the battle situation at Shuesian or his side at all. He only focused on suppressing Shwe-chi and attacking him fiercely. Shwe-chi's strength was much weaker than Master Yun's. Now that he was injured, coupled with his unusually agitated emotions, his mind was unstable. However, his desire to kill was useless. He was forced to retreat by Master Yin and had almost no strength to fight back. He was in danger of dying at every turn. Shuesian danced crazily. Every move was fatal, and every move was desperate. However, she was screaming as if she was risking her life. "Big brother! Kill me! Kill me quickly! Go and save seventh brother! Kill me now!" At this moment, Shwe was so conflicted that he almost wanted to commit suicide. One of them was conscious, but a younger sister whose mind and body were completely out of her control, and a younger brother who was in imminent danger and could lose his life at any time. If he wanted to save his brother, he had to kill his sister as soon as possible. If he couldn't kill his sister as soon as possible, he could only watch his brother die. If Shuesian was still the vicious divine empress from before, Xue Leihan might still be able to kill her at this moment. However, the person in front of him was his younger sister, who had regained her original nature but was being manipulated by a scoundrel. If this assassin could do it, I have misunderstood my little sister for 1,000,000 years. How can I kill her? This chaotic, cruel situation. The East Emperor was on the verge of breaking down, and his heart was in a mess. He was unable to use his full strength to fight against Xue Xian. Facing Xue Xian's desperate attacks, he was forced into a disadvantageous position. With a poof, Xue Qi screamed and staggered backward. Guru Yin grinned maliciously, not willing to let his guard down at all. He accelerated his pursuit and continuously hit Xue Qi with his palms 3 times. Xue Qi screamed in pain, and her long sword made a long bloody wound on Guru Yun's body. However, blood spurted out from her mouth like a fountain. Xue Leihan was burning with anxiety. The Grand Orient sword flew out of his hand and pierced towards Guru Yun at lightning speed. The sword light turned into endless wind, thunder, and snow in the air. Together with the sword light, they exploded together. Guru Yun saw that such a killing move was about to hit him, and he didn't dare to be careless. He retreated strangely and kicked the sword hilt. The Grand Orient sword spun in a different direction and actually flew back. However, he still couldn't chase after Xue Qi in time, because at this moment a black light flew from afar and joined the battlefield like a shooting star. A cold voice said, "Guru Yin, the mountain river sword self-destructed in shame because of you. The Demon King's hook is still intact." The black light flashed, and the Demon King's hook turned into a starry sky that enveloped Guru Yin. Almost at the same time, another green sword Qi came from the sky. "Guru Yin, don't go!" It was Mo Qing and Yao Xian who had arrived at the same time. With these 2 heavenly emperors arriving at the same time, the situation of the battle instantly took a turn for the worse. Guru Yin let out a long roar and actually didn't fight. He somersaulted in the air and stepped on the air with both feet, rising straight up. He smiled faintly and said, "I'm Guru Yin. What can you do to me?" At this moment, Xue Xian let out an extremely sharp voice and urged, "Why aren't you killing me?" After a short while, Ziwu Ji and the others arrived one after another. When they saw the scene in front of them, they were all inexplicably shocked. Guru Yun's eyes flashed inexplicably, and he said, "Let's go!" Xue Xian attacked with all her might and then retreated. Guru Yun heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. His body flashed with countless afterimages, intending to help Xue Xian. As long as the 2 sides came into contact, they would be able to escape in an instant and return to being hunted down for a long time. Even if their opponent was the Eastern Emperor Demon Empress, she wouldn't be able to do anything to them within a certain period of time. However, at this moment, Xue Xian suddenly let out an extremely shrill cry. "Big brother!" Her urging was extremely obvious, and it was as if her liver and intestines were about to break. Her straight legs were exposed in the sky. She flew up like a meteor. Xue Leihan suddenly let out an almost hysterical roar and chased after her like lightning. He condensed all his cultivation in his palms and shouted, "Don't go!" Rather than letting his sister continue to be controlled by the scoundrel, he might as well keep her here, even if he had to use the most extreme method. This was also his sister's final wish. Xue Leihan's heart was bleeding, and his eyes were filled with tears. He attacked with all his might. The moment he attacked, he could clearly feel his heart trembling violently. Boom! The Eastern Emperor attacked with all his might. Once the ultimate attack was launched, the space along the way shattered. Tremble! A series of black holes appeared in the sky, and white snow filled the sky. Nothing could cover it up. Xue Xian's beautiful figure that was floating in the sky suddenly stopped, and a sad smile appeared on her face. But it was also a beautiful smile. It turned out that the smile of the number 1 beauty in the imperial court of heaven was actually so mesmerizing Master Yin shouted, "Counterattack!" Xue Xian, Er's body turned in response, and light shot out from her hands as she attacked Xue Leihan fiercely. The Demon Empress and the others were confused by the scene before them. What was going on? Did Xue Xian give up resisting on her own accord just now? It was as if she was willing to take the full blow of the Eastern Emperor. That was a blow that could destroy Xue Xian, Er's physical body and soul. Why didn't she resist? How was this possible? And after the sage's roar, she started to counterattack as if she had just woken up from a dream. What was the reason for this series of changes? What did it mean? Could it be that Xue Xian didn't know how to counterattack herself? Did she have to wait for the sage to remind her? This wasn't right? Besides, how could her hasty counterattack be able to take the full blow of the Eastern Emperor? Previously, she had time to prepare, but she seemed to be willing to take it. In the blink of an eye. But why did she counterattack so hastily? Countless questions flashed across everyone's mind, and they couldn't figure it out. They couldn't understand. Just as everyone was filled with doubts, a loud explosion sounded in the sky. In the blink of an eye, Xue Xian, Er's counterattack and the Eastern Emperor's ultimate blow collided. One used all her strength, while the other used a hasty counterattack, and there was a huge gap between their cultivation levels. The consequences were obvious. A miserable groan. Xue Xian, Er's entire body flew high into the sky, as if she was floating in the air, and flew into the distance. Helpless and powerless, as her figure flew past, she spat out a mouthful of blood that filled the sky, dyeing the snowflakes that were falling from the sky red. Xian Er. Two loud roars sounded at the same time, and Shangrenyin, who was in the sky, and Xue Leihan, who was on the ground, rushed over. Although Zi Wuji and the others didn't know what was going on, they instinctively followed. Whether it was to encircle Shangrenyin or to help the Eastern Emperor, everyone moved together. Poof! Xue Xian's delicate body fell to the ground, and the snow on the ground was already very thick. Her body broke through the layer of snow, and she slid forward. Xue Leihan rushed over immediately and hugged her body in his arms, tears streaming down his cheeks. Shangrenyin, who was in the sky, didn't dare to come down. There were many strong enemies on the ground, and once he went down, he wouldn't be able to leave anymore. Since he was in the sky, he still had the initiative. But he didn't leave just like that, and instead he looked over anxiously, looking at Xue Xian, who was in Xue Leihan's arms. A little distance away, the severely injured Xue Qi struggled to run over while coughing blood. Mo Qingqing hurriedly supported him, and couldn't help but be shocked. Xue Qi was now injured both internally and externally, and his injuries were so serious that he was almost at the end of his life. But he was still running so desperately. Why? Xue Xian opened her eyes with difficulty, and the first thing she saw was her elder brother's anxious and guilty gaze, as well as the long-awaited tenderness of a loved one. She, who was severely injured and on the verge of death, actually smiled contentedly. She pursed her lips, and like a little girl who was acting coquettishly with her elder brother, she said with tears in her eyes, "Elder brother, I'm in so much pain. Be good. Elder brother will rub it for you, and it won't hurt anymore." Xue Leihan's tears flowed, and he reached out to rub his younger sister's arm, and gently let her lean into his arms, afraid that he would hurt her somewhere. The memories that had been sealed in his heart for a long time suddenly resurfaced, and for a moment, Xue Leihan was heartbroken. He remembered many years ago when he was still young, and so was my younger sister. She was only 2 or 3 years old, and she was like a delicate doll running around in the courtyard. Occasionally, she would fall down, and he would go over to help her up. At that time, his younger sister would always hug him with tears in her eyes and say coquettishly, "Elder brother, I'm in so much pain," he would always say. "Be good. Elder brother will rub it for you, and it won't hurt any more." Now, at this moment, it was like a reenactment of their childhood. Xue Leihan's heart was also filled with endless longing. This is what it was like when my younger sister fell down. Just rub it, and it won't hurt anymore. Shue Xian smiled contentedly, and her pure smile was really like a child, rubbing her head in Shue Leihan's arms. She sighed and said, so blissful, so blissful. Just these 3 simple words were enough to tear Shue Leihan's heart apart. Just how heavy was his attack just now? He was well aware of it. He could also understand how much pain Shue Xian must be in now. But she, this silly girl, was like an innocent little girl in his arms, smiling and saying, so blissful. Xian, Shue Leihan hugged her tightly. I'm sorry. Are you in pain? If you're in pain, cry it out. I'm not in pain, really not in pain at all. Shue Xian greedily breathed in Shue Leihan's scent and pleaded, I haven't felt such bliss for more than 1,000,000 years. Big brother, let me hug you for a while longer. Shue Leihan trembled all over, his voice choked. Okay, I'll let you hug me. You can hug me for as long as you want. Shue Xian snorted contentedly, closed her eyes, and said softly, Yunyin, I'm going to die soon. Let me go. Let me go. In midair, Cloud Lord stared blankly at Shue Xian in Shue Leihan's arms. The ground was covered in snow. The sky was still covered in heavy snow. The Shue Xian now was like the Shue Xian he first met when he was young, quiet, tranquil, pure, and spotless. He gritted his teeth and finally exhaled deeply, clenching his fists tightly. He quietly let go. A dim light flashed for a moment. It quietly returned to Shue Xian's body. Cloud Lord lowered his head sadly, inhaling deeply and exhaling deeply. Xian, I really like you, but a person like me shouldn't have love, and I don't deserve love. If you were still healthy, I'd let you continue like this, but now that you're about to leave this world, I'll definitely fulfill your last request. Shue Xian also exhaled deeply, laughing happily like a little girl. Big brother, I really didn't expect that I could still be in your arms and be hugged by you. The heavens have been kind to me. Shue Leihan felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. What should he do? For so many years, so many mistakes were caused by her. All the bad names were borne by her. But only today did he know that his sister couldn't make her own decisions at all. Everything had been manipulated by someone else. But who in the entire Heaven Imperial Court would care about this? They only knew that Shue Xian had caused all these. And the Shue clan, his own Shue clan, father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, uncle. Wait, so many relatives. How is he going to account for them? I miss father and mother so much. Shue Xian looked at Shue Leihan worriedly. Big brother, do you think I can find them? Do you think father and mother will forgive me? Shue Leihan opened his mouth and took a deep breath, looking up at the sky, welcoming the dense snowflakes. Feeling the coldness on his face, he nodded gently. The snowflakes melted into water on his face, falling down together with his tears. Originally, I didn't have the face to see father and mother. I wanted you to crush me, destroy my soul, and make me disappear forever. Shue Xian suddenly laughed miserably. But now I've changed my mind. I want to see father and mother. I want to repent to them. I want to kneel in front of them and apologize to them forever. Speaking of this, she raised her face proudly, with a look of naivety waiting to be praised. She said proudly, because I'm the daughter of the Shue clan. People of the Shue clan have to admit their mistakes. They have to bear the consequences. We can't always run away. Shue Xian tilted her head and said, Big brother, this is what you taught me. Shue Leihan's heart was broken into pieces, and he said with a choked voice, Yes, people of the Shue clan have to admit their mistakes and bear the consequences. We can't run away. Big brother, Xian Shue Qi finally rushed over, stumbling and falling in front of Shue Leihan, but he asked anxiously, How is Xian? Seventh brother. Shue Xian pursed her lips like a little girl who had been wronged and suddenly saw her family and was about to cry. Seventh brother still cares about me after all. Millions of years of negative experiences had been erased. Although Xue Xian knew that she had made countless mistakes, her current state of mind was no different from the 17 or 18-year-old girl from a million years ago. Xian, seventh brother, is here, right here. Xue Qi came over, wiping his hands on his clothes to get rid of the bloodstains. He carefully held Xue Xian Ori's hands. His internal organs were in so much pain that they felt like they were being overturned. But his face was full of nonchalance. He comforted her. Seventh brother is right here. Xian, our family is reunited today, and we will never be separated again. Our family is reunited, and we will never be separated again. Xue Xian murmured this sentence, and suddenly burst into tears. Her whole body trembled, and she cried until she was out of breath. How can I still have the face to ask for a family reunion? If we can really be reunited, even if I have to be smashed into pieces a million times, I will be willing. I just want to see my parents when we are reunited, and I want to apologize to them. Apologize. Xue Qi and Xue Leihan trembled, and tears streamed down their faces. This is not your fault, little sister. Xue Leihan said with difficulty, and he could only comfort his dying sister like this. Yes, if it was her origin, or it really wasn't Xue Xian's fault. She had been controlled from the very beginning, since she was a young girl, since she was at the most beautiful age. Everything had nothing to do with her nature. Everything had nothing to do with her original heart and intention. However, she was indeed the one who had done all of these things. Everything had already been decided. Even if it wasn't her original heart, nature, and intention. So what? It's our fault. Xue Qi blamed himself endlessly. Why didn't we see it? Why didn't we kill that bastard Cloud Lord back then? Why were we so negligent? We let our most beloved sister go, suffer such pain, and even misunderstand for more than 1,000,000 years. Xue Xian's eyes were shining, and her whole body seemed to emit a holy glow. She said softly, "Big brother, seventh brother, let go of me, and then take a few steps back. I want to say something to him." Xue Leihan and Xue Qi naturally knew who he was. There were some contradictions on their faces that couldn't be hidden. But after struggling for a while, they still chose to follow their sister's wishes. This might be their sister's last wish, and they had to succeed no matter what. They let go of Xue Xian, and Xue Leihan supported Xue Qi and slowly retreated. Although they kept retreating, their eyes were locked on their sister, and they didn't leave her for a moment. Xue Xian's body was lying flat on the snow, and snow was falling from the sky. Her eyes were shining, and at this moment they were filled with dreamy colors. She murmured, "Yun Yin," in the sky. The Lord's body trembled, and he looked down. In the pure white snow, Xue Xian was lying quietly on the snow, like a snow fairy. At this moment, Cloud Lord suddenly felt his heart soften. It was as if he saw the little princess of the Xue family who smiled shyly at him back then. Just that smile and frown was enough to make her yearn for him day and night. Unforgettable Xue Xian stared at the blurry figure in the air in a daze, and a bitter smile slowly appeared on her face. At this moment, her eyes were already starting to lose focus, and she was about to lose sight of everything around her. But Cloud Lord didn't come down. He just stood on top and didn't go far away. It was already the limit of what Venerable Cloud could do not to flee far away. Wherever Xue Xian was to Venerable Cloud was a place of death. If he really went down there, his life would be in danger. "Yun Yin," Xue Xian called out softly, and her beautiful eyes were filled with endless memories. She said softly, "I only want to say one thing. I regret marrying you and doing so many wrong things. But do you know, until now, I've never regretted loving you. Now I know that I've loved the wrong person. I hate you. I hate you to the core. But I still don't regret loving you. A woman's heart, a woman's feelings. It's really strange. In the sky, Cloud Lord's body suddenly trembled violently. His whole body was trembling, as if he was having a spasm. Suddenly, tears streamed down his face. He looked up at the sky and roared silently. Suddenly, he let out a heart-wrenching roar, and his body rolled up like a whirlwind. He roared crazily and madly ran towards the distance. At this moment, his speed was so fast that it was beyond the comprehension of everyone present. He faced the wind and faced the vast snow. His roar was like a dragon in the sky, and his figure completely disappeared in an instant. At this moment, the number one person in the imperial court of heaven. At this moment, he had activated all of his life's potential and was running at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, Xue Leihan and the others couldn't catch up to him. Even if Chu Yang activated all of his power, so what if he slaughtered the entire world? He would still be behind him. Only his voice could be heard from the vast snow, and it was mixed with heart-wrenching pain. Xian, I've let you down in this life. At this moment, no one chased after him. But everyone knew one thing, and that was that Cloud Lord had already burned all of his life's potential to the limit this time. He was really at the end of his rope. When they caught up to Cloud Lord once again, it would definitely be the time of his death. Xue Xian, lay quietly. She tilted her head slightly and looked in the direction where Cloud Lord had left. Her bright eyes carried a hint of a smile. 2 drops of tears fell from the sky. They landed on her face that was as transparent as white jade. Those were Cloud Lord's tears. She stroked them with her hands lovingly. She murmured, "I hate you. I love you." Xue Leihan and Xue Qi approached slowly, looking at Xue Xian worriedly. "Big brother, don't talk about whether it's worth it or not, right?" Xue Xian smiled quietly. "I know it's not worth it, and I also know that it's wrong. In fact, I also hate him madly, but I really love him. A love that comes from the bottom of my heart. Women are so strange." This was the second time Xue Xian sighed like this. She said, "Hate. There can be reasons, and there can be no hate without reason. But love is really without reason. Big brother, please forgive your disappointing sister. I understand. I know. I forgive you." Xue Leihan let out a long sigh. Xue Xian's relationship with Cloud Lord was like his and Mo Qingqing's relationship with Yao Exan. Knowing that she was already married, he still didn't change his mind. This in itself was an irrational behavior. If love could be controlled by reason, it wouldn't be called love. However, he didn't have such a tough life like his sister, to be controlled by the person he loved for his whole life, and to still be infatuated with him even after death. What a heartbreaking thing this was. I gave all my love to you without any complaints or regrets. But you used my love for you to achieve all your despicable goals. Xue Xian looked at Xue Leihan with bright eyes and said, "Big brother, shatter my divine palace and destroy my Dantian, but leave a little bit of my true spirit. I'm going to see my parents." Xue Leihan's body shook violently, and he shouted at the same time with Xue Qi, "No!" Xue Leihan trembled all over. "You're my sister. Who dares to hurt you? Who dares to hurt you in this world? I won't allow you to die. Absolutely not," he said with a stern and resolute voice. Even if he had to become the enemy of everyone in the world, he wouldn't hesitate and wouldn't turn back. Xue Xian looked at her brother with an unusually satisfied expression. She smiled happily and enjoyed this long-lost warmth. She said softly, "Big brother, don't deceive yourself and others. Do you think I can still live?" Xue Leihan and Xue Qi were stunned for a moment. For his sister, even if he dared to become the enemy of everyone in the world, he didn't have the means to bring her back to life. "Even if I can continue to live, what can I do? Live in pain and regret forever. I know that as long as I can live, my 2 brothers will definitely protect me, even if they have to become the enemy of the world. You guys will do it too." Xue Xian's eyes became brighter and brighter, and that was a kind of pride in pride. "I believe my brothers can do it, but there's really no meaning for me to live. The past is the past, and I didn't mean it. Love is gone, but hatred is forever. I don't want such a life. There are so many mistakes. Someone has to take responsibility. Xue Xian looked at her brother. I'm from the Xue clan. The Xue clan never shirks their responsibilities. Xue Leihan's body trembled violently again. Moreover, big brother, you also know that with my cultivation, even though I've reached such a level, if I want to destroy my divine palace and explode my Dantian, I can still do it as long as I put in some effort. I just want to be lazy. I want my big brother to personally send me on my way. Xue Xian smiled gently. That's all, because you're my big brother. Sending me to see my parents is the same as sending me to get married. Xue Xian urged. Big brother. Xue Leihan stood there coldly, like a wooden statue, expressionless and silent. I love beauty, and I'll still love it even in death. If I do it myself, I'll definitely explode my own body. That won't be pretty, too ugly. Xue Xian begged. Big brother, please grant me my wish. This is the last thing I want you to do for me in this lifetime. Xue Leihan looked up and sighed. The Xue clan's ancestral teachings. Xue Xian recited slowly. Born as a member of the Xue clan, dead as a member of the Xue clan. Tears streamed down Xue Leihan's face. Big brother, seventh brother, don't be sad for me. I'm going to see my parents and reunite with them. Do you have any words for them? Xue Xian asked softly. Tell them that we hope they can forgive you. Xian is still their most obedient daughter and also our most beloved sister. We love her dearly. Tell them that it's all our fault. We didn't protect our sister well. Xue Leihan and Xue Qi wept silently. Xue Xian lay there quietly, smiling happily. I'll do my best to protect my big brother, even in death. I'm very happy in the snowstorm. Xue Leihan ran wildly against the wind. Tears dripped down, freezing on his face and then melting again. The cycle repeated itself. Behind him was a coffin made of profound ice. Xue Xian lay there quietly, her face still peaceful, and there was even a sweet smile on her face. However, she had already lost all signs of life. Big brother, if there's a chance, help me ask Master Yin. Back then, did he truly love me? This was his sister's last sentence. I'll carry you and ask him. Xue Leihan's heart was bleeding. In the future, I'll also carry you back to our ancestral grave. I'll bury you beside our parents and let you reunite. Xian, you'll always be my good sister. If there's an afterlife, you'll definitely be my sister again. At that time, I'll definitely protect you. I'll kill Master Yin, and I'm sure you won't object. This ice coffin can protect your most precious face, and it won't rot forever. My sister loves beauty, and of course, she doesn't want to become a pile of bones. Xian, I'll avenge you. The cold wind was like a knife, but Xue Leihan's heart was cold, hot, sad, and sad. Xue Qi's face was gloomy, and he followed closely behind Xue Leihan. Along the way, he didn't say a word. While he was traveling, his eyes were fixed on the mysterious ice jade coffin for a long time. He longed for his sister to walk out of it in the next moment and call him again with a sweet smile. Seventh brother. Also, she had just recognized him today, and that heart-wrenching cry of surprise and affection. Seventh brother, your seventh brother. You're my seventh brother. You are. Chapter 2695. Just thinking about it made Xue Qi burst into tears uncontrollably. Xue clan. After that incident, there were only the three of them left in this world. For 1,000,000 years, they had never met. Even when they met, they would look at each other coldly. They were hostile to each other and even fought to the death. Today, they finally met as siblings, but in the blink of an eye, they had to part forever. Cloud Master, I must kill you. I must grind your bones and scatter your ashes to vent my hatred. Since it was the East Sovereign's people who had encountered the Cloud Master, the other two sides naturally had no way to intercept him. Chu Yang and the others sped all the way, but found nothing. They didn't rest at all and rushed toward purple cloud heavens at full speed. The saints' target was obviously purple cloud heavens, and they didn't know how much Tan Tan had improved during this period of time. The other generations of brothers were obviously no match for the saint. If the difference in their strength was too great, even the indestructible golden body wouldn't be of much use. No matter how hard a turtle shell was, as long as there was a sharper chisel, it could be chiseled open. Chu Yang was afraid that he would see a tragedy when he arrived. Therefore, he didn't dare to be negligent along the way. Even if he and the others couldn't intercept Master Yun in person, they must reach purple cloud heavens before him. They must reach Tan Tan and the other seniors. They must stop the tragedy from happening. Fortunately, they weren't far from their destination, purple cloud heavens. There was a cliff in front of them. Chu Yang's eyes focused, and he waved his hand. Everyone stopped what they were doing. This cliff wasn't here the last time they passed by, but this time it seemed to have appeared out of thin air. Chu Yang was confident that he didn't take the wrong path. But what was with this cliff? What did it mean? What did it mean? Could it be that there were experts who had fought here? When they walked in front, everyone finally saw clearly that this was a mountain. But not long ago, half of it had been cut away, revealing a section that was as straight and smooth as a mirror. The reason why it was said not long ago was that the section was as smooth as a mirror. It wouldn't be like this if it wasn't long ago. The surrounding geography was special. Over the years, wind and sand had been blowing and eroding it. As long as it was a little longer, it would inevitably be eroded by the wind and sand and would no longer be smooth. Secondly, there were a few lines of words written on it, and the content of the words proved that it was left behind not long ago. This is Cloud Lord's handwriting. Mo Tianji had studied everything about Master Yin, so he was very familiar with Master Yin's handwriting. Therefore, he recognized it at a glance. Everyone's hearts trembled. Their group had chased so quickly, but they still hadn't caught up. They all looked over. Whether it's good or evil, it's good. Time. Good or evil, we are companions for life. Whether it is love or hate, I will let it go in this life. Whether it was enmity or kindness, they would part forever. There were only a few short sentences, and it seemed that he hadn't finished writing them yet. There was another sentence below. Humans and immortals walk different paths. Then there was Cloud Lord's signature. The words on the wall were filled with a heavy meaning, as well as a strong sense of melancholy and loss. Could it be that Xue Xian is dead? Chu Yang and Mo Tianji stared intently at these words, and the same question arose in their hearts. Eternal parting and different paths. It seemed to indicate many things. Also, Cloud Lord and Xue Xian are one human and one immortal? What did this mean? Was it just the little meaning, or was there more to it? It should be that Xue Xian is dead. Saint Monarch and the others encountered the other two groups of people who were chasing them. After a huge battle, the Saint Empress fell and Cloud Lord fled here. Mo Tianji frowned and said, "The only problem is that even if Xue Xian is really dead, with Cloud Lord's character, he shouldn't be so sorrowful. He is someone who could even kill his own father. Moreover, it can be seen that he hates Xue Xian a lot. This matter is really hard to understand." Chu Yang also didn't understand this. Through their previous interactions, Yun Shangren's disgust toward Xue Xian were definitely not feigned. But what did he mean by these words today? Cloud Master is clearly mourning. Naturally, the two of them didn't know that Cloud Lord had always hated and disliked Xue Xian, but he only hated the Xue Xian, that he created. Or it could be said that Cloud Lord hated the Saint Empress. However, Yun Shangren was genuinely fond of the real Xue Xian. Moreover, Xue Xian carried Cloud Lord's spirit of true love, a spirit of true love that couldn't be formed without true love. Everyone crossed the cliff, and Chu Yang and the others continued on their way. Now wasn't a good time to decipher the words. It wasn't a good thing that Cloud Lord had left his words here. This undoubtedly meant that Cloud Lord was already ahead of them. Perhaps he was already attacking the first bridge, attacking Tan Tan and the others. Other than these puzzled words, Chu Yang and Mo Tianji also discovered something else. The saint's abilities seemed to have weakened further. From the saint's handwriting, this could be clearly felt. This was a weakening of the saint's origin. Those who weren't at the peak of the saint realm wouldn't be able to sense it. If it weren't for the fact that Chu Yang had already reached this realm and Mo Tianji was extremely familiar with Master Yan's handwriting, it would really be hard for them to sense it. If not, even the East Emperor Demon Empress wouldn't be able to notice it. This kind of weakening came from the origin, and it meant that Saint Monarch's strength would never return to its peak. He would only become weaker for a while. Chu Yang was confident that he could deal with Saint Monarch in this state alone, and he wouldn't be harmed at all. This discovery made Chu Yang and Mo Tianji more optimistic about the success of this trip. However, they didn't tell everyone about this discovery because they didn't want to weaken their fighting spirit. 2 days later, Chu Yang and his team arrived at the first bridge. They saw that the bridge was as peaceful as before. It seemed as if nothing had happened. Chu Yang and the others heaved a sigh of relief. It was fine as long as there were no further movements. Everyone was still safe. On the other side, shouts shook the heavens and the earth. It was definitely the extraterrestrial demons attacking, and the experts here, including Tan Tan and a group of seniors, were blocking them. This kind of battle happened every day, every hour, every moment. However, when Chu Yang paid closer attention to the scene in front of him, all of a sudden his complexion changed drastically. "What's wrong?" Mo Tianji asked. Saint Monarch wasn't here yet. So why was Chu Yang's expression so ugly? White fog. Chu Yang took a deep breath. It's about to disappear. Mo Tianji frowned and looked over. Chu Yang frowned tightly. The last time he came, he was quite far away. He could only see the thick white fog from afar, and he couldn't even see the first bridge itself. Even when he was on the first bridge, he couldn't see the bridge deck or the people on the other side. But now, they were still more than 10,000 feet away, but he could already see the first bridge clearly. This change was too shocking. In less than 2 years, more than half of the crucial white fog guarding the Heavenly Watchtower continent had disappeared. This speed of disappearance was too fast, wasn't it? It was too shocking. Chu Yang looked up at the sky, and he saw that there seemed to be layers of ripples in the endless sky. That was the barrier of the thick fog, and it was constantly being shaken and weakened. It was being annihilated. Tianji. Chu Yang's expression was heavy, and he said word by word, "Let the Tianji Intelligence Department send the order immediately. Send out all forces to fight against the heavenly demons. We must rush to the purple cloud heavens in the shortest time possible, no matter the cost. We must be quick." Chu Yang's voice sounded unusually urgent. Mo Tianji instinctively realized the seriousness of the situation. He immediately took out the Tianji hand and sent out the order. As the Tianji hand glowed brightly, an urgent order was sent out. "What's going on?" Mo Tianji asked. Mo Tianji had never been to the first bridge. Although he knew the importance of the first bridge's white fog, he had never seen it with his own eyes. He didn't understand the original situation of the white fog as well as Chu Yang did. Chu Yang frowned, pointed at the white fog, and explained softly. Mo Tianji's expression changed greatly. Looking at the thin white fog, he couldn't help but be deeply worried. "How long is this white fog?" "I don't know. You'll have to ask the previous robbers," Chu Yang said. A few people walked down from the first bridge at this time. They laughed from afar and said, "Minister Chu, it's a joyous occasion for the newlyweds." They were Ji Huitian and the others. Chu Yang smiled and walked forward quickly. Just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed and he turned back. Slightly behind him, a strange smoke rose into the sky, a crazy destructive force that could fill up the world, mixed with some kind of inconceivable hysteria, was rushing toward them at an extremely fast speed. This crazy force was accompanied by an undisguised and terrifying murderous intent, a murderous intent, and a murderous heart of death. Everyone, face the enemy. Chu Yang roared, and he jumped up. Standing in the air, a light flashed in his hand, and the Calamity sword appeared. At the first moment, the sword light was dazzling, and it turned into a long dragon that connected the sky and the earth, colliding head-on with the destructive force without backing down. Almost at the same time, Mo Qing Wu's heavenly dance, together with the Qing Wu dream saber, spun. Zi Xieching's purple cloud emperor's seal also showed a magnificent light, and it suddenly took shape, spinning rapidly in the air. Chu Lu'er's sword light flashed, and it merged with Mo Tianji's purple jade flute into a ray of colorful light, rushing forward. And Jimo's sword also rushed out, brother who roared, shaking his head and wagging his tail in the air, revealing his ferocious true body. The Calamity spirit dissipated silently in the world, turning into a faint, almost invisible gray fog, entangling in an almost traceless manner. The smoke in the distance instantly rushed closer, and it turned out to be a person who brought death and destruction. Behind him, smoke and dust filled the sky, and it spread no less than a few hundred miles, still billowing. A crazy, murderous intent that had never been seen before almost completely engulfed the whole world. The person who came was Master Cloud. Today is our little sister, Mo, Rant's birthday. Let us wish her a happy birthday. Every year there will be a day like today, forever young and beautiful. Chapter 2696. However, the current Cloud Master was no longer as elegant and dignified as he used to be. There was only a defeated look on his face. His originally shiny black hair had actually turned white. His eyes no longer had the kind of elegance that flowed from his bones. His handsome appearance had become extremely ferocious. His eyes were filled with evil. It was as if he was a demon that had completely gone mad. However, even if the Cloud Master in front of them was a demon, he was still the most terrifying demon, because he would still bring slaughter, destruction, and death to the human world. Chu Yang! Cloud Master shouted loudly. Today, you and I shall perish together. Chu Yang looked at him coldly. Cloud Master, it's a pity that you no longer have the ability to do what you said. As they spoke, the two people's sword moves collided with each other in the most extreme manner. In that instant, it was as if a complete star had suddenly exploded in the universe. The two people with the highest cultivation in the heavenly imperial court used the strongest power in their lives at this moment and clashed with each other. With a deafening boom, the whole world started to shake because of this fight. At the same time, Mo Qingguo, Zi Xieching, Mo Tianji, Chu Lu'er, Jimo's tribulation spirit, and Brother Tiger all rushed into the smoke and dust. They joined the battle and attacked with all kinds of attacks at the same time. Ah! The saint screamed crazily and rushed over with a fearless aura. He avoided Mo Qingwu's saber, Zi Xieching's seal, Mo Tianji's flute, Chu Lu'er and Jimo's swords, Brother Tiger's mouth. The entanglement of the tribulation spirit. Chu Yang, however, let out a muffled groan. He staggered and looked at the saint with his eyes wide open. He was a little shocked. This result was really unbelievable. Currently, Chu Yang's cultivation was already on par with Cloud Master. Based on the previous evaluation, he could even gain the upper hand. On the other hand, Master Cloud had already lost his mountain and river sword, while Chu Yang now had the advantage of the Calamity sword. Chu Yang was confident that he could gain the upper hand. However, when they clashed with each other, the one who was at a disadvantage was Chu Yang. How could this not be shocking? However, Chu Yang was in disbelief, but it wasn't because of the result. On the contrary, Chu Yang could already conclude that the Saint Monarch's condition wasn't good. He could definitely take him down with his own strength. In that fight, just now, it could be said that the Saint had gathered his strongest battle prowess and was also unafraid of death. He would rather die than retreat, and his momentum was not the slightest bit concerned about the power of retreat. Although Chu Yang seemed to have gained the upper hand in the clash just now, he had actually suffered quite a bit of damage. Chu Yang didn't try to show off. After being knocked back, he dissipated the impact of the aftershock and was completely unharmed. However, this wasn't what Chu Yang was truly shocked about. What Chu Yang really couldn't understand was the Saint Monarch would rather be injured than retreat. Then he continued to ignore his own injuries and continued to fight against Mo Tianji and the others. Moreover, every move was an attack, not a defense. He didn't care about the crowd's attacks at all. He didn't care about the fact that his body was riddled with wounds in an instant. This kind of battle strategy was simply courting death. Only the word courting death could describe it. This guy is crazy. He's going all out. Chu Yang was afraid that everyone would be in danger. After all, a crazy person's thinking was completely different from a normal person's. With a sway of his body, 10,000 rays of cold light burst out from the Calamity Sword. He didn't retreat anymore and continued to attack. In an instant, his body turned into two Chu Yangs. Each of them wielded a snow-white sword and stabbed out at the same time. None of this Chu Yang was an illusion. Everything was real. The Saint Monarch laughed crazily. "Junior Chu Yang, do you think you're my opponent?" His body turned into a shadow, and he also split into a shadow to face Chu Yang. He still turned a deaf ear to the attacks of the others and didn't care about them. Poof! Mo Tianji controlled the purple jade flute in the air and struck the Saint Monarch's shoulder. At the same time, he struck out with both of his palms and smashed them into the Venerable Cloud's chest. Almost at the same time, Mo Qingwu's dreaming of a gentle dance saber pierced the Venerable Cloud's right shoulder. The force of the saber entered the Venerable Cloud's body from within. However, Lord Cloud let out a thunderous laugh. Then, a mass of golden light exploded from his body with a loud bang. This golden light carried an incomparably copious amount of power and forced Mo Tianji, Mo Qingwu, and the others to retreat. Then he stood still and continued to fight Chu Yang head-on. Blood gushed out of his mouth, but he still refused to take a step back. Chu Yang's gaze was as cold as ice. He didn't give in at all. His Calamity Sword continued to burst out millions of rays of cold light, resisting the Saint Monarch's crazy attacks with all his strength. In an instant, the two of them had already gone from the ground to mid-air. Then they moved another 100 miles. They went back and forth in the air and turned into two violent whirlwinds. From this moment on, everyone couldn't even tell which one was Chu Yang and which one was the Saint Monarch. For a moment, no one could interfere. Chu Yang had been using one ray of cold light pierces 10,000 fathoms repeatedly. He calmly dealt with the Saint Monarch's overwhelming attacks and secretly mobilized his strength. The situation in front of him was 1 against 1. The two of them were fighting fiercely without giving in. If they were careless, they would easily be at the end of the road. However, Chu Yang preferred this kind of fighting style. This kind of fighting style could undoubtedly avoid the risks of others. He was facing the Saint Monarch alone. The battle was fierce, but not dangerous. He had a lot of capital to deal with the Saint Monarch. Although the Saint Monarch's current condition was at the lowest point in history, Chu Yang still couldn't kill him in one strike. As long as the Saint Monarch had a chance to catch his breath, he could immediately detonate all of the Saint Monarch's true spirits. His strength would instantly return to its peak state from the end of the road. Even with Chu Yang's abilities, he still didn't want to face such a Saint Monarch. Therefore, he was delaying and using his own cultivation to further deplete the Saint Monarch's strength. If he could deal with the Saint Monarch's ultimate attack under normal circumstances, Chu Yang was 100% confident that he could kill the Saint Monarch without suffering any damage, to eliminate all future troubles. In just a few minutes of stalemate, the two of them had already exchanged no less than thousands of blows in the air. The previous generations of tribulators also rushed over when they heard the commotion. Looking at the space cracks that kept cracking open in the sky, and the space black holes that looked like the mouths of huge beasts, everyone was shocked speechless. Who are the two sides of the battle? Why are they so powerful? Wu Jueqing asked quietly. It's Minister Chu and the Saint Monarch. Ji Hui's eyes were filled with fanaticism. Such a battle was the battle of his life. How many times could he see it? Chu, Minister Chu? Wu Jueqing couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. He might be the only one who knew the true origin of the so-called minister title. However, he was also the one who knew Chu Yang's strength the most. All along, he had only heard of Chu Yang's rapid improvement in cultivation. However, it was only now that he knew. Chu Yang's improvement was actually so huge. Now, he could actually fight with the Saint Monarch, the Cloud Master, who had dominated the throne for more than 1,000,000 years, to this extent. In fact, looking at the current battle situation, he even seemed to be handling it with ease. The Cloud Master attacked in an extremely frenzied manner. However, every attack was blocked and neutralized by Chu Yang. Gradually, he became more and more impatient. Suddenly, with a roar, he shot up like a shooting star. Flashing with black light, he shot up into the sky. "Be careful!" A voice shouted, "He's going to use the Sovereign King strike." In the distance, a few figures suddenly appeared. Then, in another direction, a few people also suddenly appeared. Xue Leihan, Xue Qi, Yao Exiner, Mo Qingqing, Gudaxing, Dong Wushang, and the others had coincidentally arrived together. With that reminder, Chu Yang immediately raised his vigilance. He raised his head and focused his gaze on the Saint Monarch's figure. The sword in his hand let out a trembling sword cry. Behind Xue Leihan, the ice coffin emitted a colorful glow under the sunlight. In the sky, the Cloud Master's figure suddenly scattered and was no longer as stable as before. Suddenly he let out a wild roar. Then he spat out 3 mouthfuls of dark red blood. The spiritual energy that he had forcefully gathered earlier actually dissipated completely at this moment. Even his entire body almost exploded in an instant. His entire person fell like a meteorite. But in that instant, he suddenly shouted hoarsely, "Break!" The entire space seemed to tremble violently because of this. Then, the Cloud Master's rapidly falling body suddenly stopped in midair. Everything was still. At the same time, the sky fell into darkness. Boundless haze suddenly descended. Countless black lines suddenly entered the Cloud Master's body like rivers converging into the sea. They were densely packed, as if there were countless of them. At this moment, in all parts of the Heaven Imperial Court, countless famous experts suddenly died one after another. They all perished without any warning. Some were on the road, some were at home, and some were even worse. They were still in battle a moment ago, but in the next moment they suddenly lost their lives and turned into corpses. The power of the 10,000 saints' true spirit that had been cultivated for more than 1,000,000 years all returned to the Saint Monarch's body at this moment. The Saint Monarch looked up to the sky and roared. What came out of his mouth was actually a blood-red mist. All the wounds on his body were completely healed at this moment. His head of white hair also suddenly turned black. All these changes were like a withered tree coming back to life. It was as if he had been reborn and revived from the dead. He stood quietly in midair, as if he had regained the demeanor of a Saint Monarch of his generation who laughed proudly in the wind and clouds. His eyes were like 2 deep black holes, staring at Chu Yang. He smiled faintly and said, "Chu Yang, today you will definitely die." Chu Yang said coldly, "Is that so?" "As long as you have the ability." Chu Yang could feel that the power that erupted from the Saint Monarch's body at this moment, and the pressure that he felt was actually more than twice that of the Saint Monarch at his peak. The power of the million-year-old 10,000 saints' true spirit. It was an extreme explosion in one go. The proud world is almost finished. There's only one big plot left, and I don't plan to write this plot too long. Brothers and sisters, you can add me on Weibo, WeChat, and on the public platform. Just search for Wind Conquers the World. Add me as a follower. Then I will be writing some side stories of the evil monarch of a different world and the proud world. I hope everyone will like it. For the time being, there are Emo Chinguo, Tai Batian, Emo, Tianji, Guduxing Mengchaoran, Chu Xiaoxin, the Dharma Supreme, and others. These few people have side stories. For the evil monarch of a different world, there are Fatty Tang Yuan, Jun Wu Hui, First Young Master Hades, 14th Young Master Hades, and others. Chapter 2697. This level of power was something that even the current Chu Yang couldn't deal with. Strictly speaking, this level had already exceeded the limits of what Chu Yang could handle. But Chu Yang didn't show any signs of fear. He took a deep breath and gripped the calamity, sword tightly. There was an inexplicable sense of relief in his heart. The 10,000 saints' true spirits were finally destroyed. After that moment, there wouldn't be any more 10,000 saints' true spirits in this world. This evil thing that was enough to make the entire world fearful had finally reached its end here. The evil legend had been written, and it had come to an end today. The only key point was the saint in front of him. At this moment, there were many experts on his side. No matter how high the saint's cultivation was, he was ultimately just one person. It was absolutely impossible for him to face the combined attacks of so many experts at the same time. You allowed my ultimate power to appear. As a reward, you shall be the first sacrifice. The saint smiled confidently. His body suddenly dragged out an afterimage. It wasn't a doppelganger, but a product of extreme speed. Cloud Master! At this moment, a loud shout came from afar. Xue Leihan said word by word, "Stop!" Cloud Master didn't want to stop, but for some reason his body stopped in midair again. With his back facing Xue Leihan, he said coldly, "Xue Leihan, do you have anything else to say? Or do you want to be the first test subject to test my strength?" Xue Leihan stared at Cloud Master, his eyes full of hatred. He took a deep breath and said, "Before Xian'er died, she asked me to ask you something." Cloud Master was stunned. His tall and sturdy body trembled violently. He said in a low voice, "What is it?" "Xue Leihan said word by word, she asked you. Back then, did you truly love her?" Cloud Master trembled again. He slowly turned around. His gaze stopped on the ice jade coffin that shone with colorful light under the sun. He didn't move away for a long time. After a long time, he said hoarsely, "Is it so important to love her or not? Does this answer still have any meaning today?" Xue Leihan gritted his teeth and said, "You don't have to answer. That day, I only promised my sister to ask you this. No matter how you answer, it's not important. I'm only asking you this because I want to fulfill Xian'er's last wish. Your answer." Abruptly, Cloud Shanren interrupted. "No." Xue Leihan and Xue Qi scolded at the same time. "Master Yin, you beast!" Master Cloud shifted his gaze away from the mystic ice jade coffin and turned around. "From the beginning to the end, I have only been using her. I have never loved her." His voice was hoarse, but his body was like a boulder, motionless. Even as the north wind howled in the air, not a single strand of Master Yin's clothes fluttered in the wind. Not even a single strand of hair fluttered in the wind. Clearly, he was using all of his cultivation to control himself and every inch of his clothes. "You bastard!" Xue Leihan let out a furious roar. Suddenly, he soared into the sky and pounced forward. At the same time, Xue Qi also rushed up with grief and indignation. Xue Leihan's Grand Orient sword and Xue Qi's Darklight sword turned into rainbows at the same time. Both of them were filled with grief and indignation. At this moment, they almost lost their minds. Because of you, my sister's entire life was ruined. Her reputation was also ruined. However, she was completely innocent. Now, she was already dead, but she still said that she loved you. Even if you really didn't love her, she still had no regrets. Even if you didn't love her, you still wouldn't be willing to say something against your will to comfort the dead? Be careful. Yao Xian, and the rest shouted in unison. The current Master Yin was ridiculously powerful. He was definitely not someone that could be defeated by one or two people. It was unwise for Xue Leihan and Xue Qi to be so reckless. However, it was too late to stop them. Master Yin stood with his back facing Xue Leihan. It was as if he didn't feel the furious attack from the two brothers. Two streaks of sword light flew towards him like rainbows. Poof! Poof! Xue Leihan and Xue Qi both widened their eyes in shock. Master Yin didn't dodge, nor did he have any intention to resist. He just used his own flesh and blood to take on Xue Leihan and Xue Qi's swords. Xue Leihan's sword pierced through his heart from the back. The tip of the sword was covered in blood as it came out from the front of his chest. Xue Qi's sword also pierced through his back, but it came out from his lower abdomen. Master Yin smiled bitterly with his back facing the two of them. His entire body suddenly floated forward, allowing the two swords to separate from his body. A pained expression appeared on his face. He turned around almost instinctively and raised his palm to strike down. However, he saw the mysterious ice jade coffin behind Xue Leihan. He could clearly see that there was a person inside. Her clothes were as white as snow, and her hair was like clouds. She was lying there quietly with a face full of peace and happiness. She was just lying there, motionless. Xue Leihan and Xue Qi had succeeded in their first attack, but they had used up all their strength and had yet to recover their strength. If Guru Yin were to counterattack at this moment, with his current tyrannical strength, at least one of the two brothers would die on the spot. At this moment, no one could come to their aid in time. Even Chu Yang, who was closest to them, couldn't make it in time. However, Master Yin's raised hand suddenly fell down. He didn't make the attack that was supposed to kill him. Almost at the same time, Xue Leihan's hands were like huge axes that could split mountains. They smashed down on his chest again. What kind of person was Dong Huang? Master Yin didn't attack, but instead created an even bigger flaw in his own body. How could Dong Huang, who hated him to the core, let go of such a flaw? With a few cracking sounds, Master Yin groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew backward weakly. The bones in his chest were almost completely shattered by Xue Leihan. Xue Leihan, who succeeded, was also inexplicably surprised. He looked at his hands in disbelief. Then he raised his head and stared at Master Yin. "Why didn't you dodge?" Master Yin placed his hand on his chest. Pure cultivation flowed into his body, and his bones and injuries healed quickly. He shook his head slowly and said in a low voice, "I have never loved her. Never loved her at all." Xue Leihan's gaze became even deeper. It was hard to tell what he was thinking. After a long time he shouted, "You have always been so despicable and shameless." Master Yin sneered. "Yes, I have always been so despicable and shameless. What can you do to me? I owe your Xue clan for the 2 swords and 2 palms just now. Now that it's settled, Xue Leihan, you can go on your way. Reunite with your parents and little sister." Xue Leihan's gaze became even more complicated. He took a deep breath and said, "Everyone, let's kill him together." This meant that Xue Leihan had regained his rationality. He had regained the wisdom and decisiveness that belonged to Dong Huang. Cloud Master laughed out loud. "Chu Yang, bring your brother, Tribulation, up here. Today, I will flatten the Heavenly Imperial Court." Chu Yang's gaze was also very complicated. He said, "Since you have such a wish, I shall fulfill it. Everyone, let's attack together and kill this villain." Before he finished speaking, the Tribulation's sword shone coldly and rushed out first. Mo Qinggu and Zi Xiecheng. They followed, closely behind. Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing combined their swords and sabers. Rui Butong and Ao Shiyun soared together. Xue Leihan, Yao Xian, Xueqi and Mo Qingqing attacked together. Long Yinghuan, Meng Jinghui and the rest also attacked with all their might. In the heavenly imperial court, close to 30 of the most powerful experts gathered here. They attacked Master Yun together and encircled him. The lineup was so luxurious that it could be said to be unprecedented. Good timing. Master Yun laughed maniacally. He spun around. Suddenly, more than 20 cloud masters appeared in the air, and they launched their attacks in a targeted manner. A battle between the most powerful experts in the heavenly imperial court. It finally started. Chu Yang's Tribulation sword instantly emitted thousands of rays of cold light. This time he attacked with all his might. Because Master Yen's strength had reached its peak so far. If he didn't go all out, he wouldn't be able to deal with him. More importantly, all of Master Yen's trump cards had been revealed. To an enemy with no secrets, no matter how strong he appeared to be on the surface, he wasn't scary. This was the best time to destroy him. Finish it in one fell swoop. It wasn't just Chu Yang. Everyone else present had the same thought. They all attacked with all their might, determined to destroy this fake emperor who had stolen from the world for more than 1,000,000 years. This demon who had plagued the heavenly imperial court for countless years. However, in the face of the situation where everyone was attacking Master Yun together, Xue Leihan and Xueqi, who hated Master Yun the most, acted differently from everyone else. After the two brothers looked at each other, they suddenly retreated from the battle. "Master Yin, I'm carrying my sister's coffin. You can't bear to attack me. At least you still have some people's hearts. But this is still unfair to you, and I can't let go of my own flesh and blood. My brothers will withdraw from this battle." Xue Leihan's eyes were burning. "Master," Yin snorted coldly. A trace of heartfelt pain flashed across his eyes. Surrounded by everyone, he said in a low voice, "Countless experts are attacking one person. With or without the two of you, how much of a difference can there be? Why don't you come together and take revenge for your family and end this karma that has been silent for countless years?" Xue Leihan shook his head lightly. "I want to kill you. I want to kill you even in my dreams. I want to kill you more than anyone else. But you're still the person my sister loved until her death. Although I have regrets, although I'm unwilling, although I'm mad with hatred. But if my sister knew after her death, she wouldn't want to see your blood on my hands in the end. It's just that I can't say this out loud. Besides, it's against Xue Leihan's principles to take advantage of him while carrying his sister's corpse. Even if he won in the end and killed Master Yin, he would inevitably feel uncomfortable." Chu Yang's Tribulation sword instantly emitted thousands of rays of cold light. This time he attacked with all his might. Because Master Yen's strength had reached its peak. If he didn't go all out, he wouldn't be able to deal with him. More importantly, all of Master Yen's trump cards had been revealed. To an enemy who had no secrets, no matter how strong he appeared to be on the surface, he wasn't scary. Now was the best time to destroy him. Chapter 2698. It wasn't just Chu Yang. Everyone else present had the same thought. They all tried their best to destroy this fake emperor who had stolen from the world for more than 1,000,000 years. This devil who had caused trouble for the Heaven Palace for countless years. However, in the face of the situation where everyone was attacking Cloud Master, Xue Leihan and Xueqi, who had the deepest hatred for Cloud Master, acted differently from everyone else. The two brothers looked at each other and suddenly retreated from the battle. "Cloud Master, I'm carrying my sister's body in my coffin. You can't bear to attack me. At least you still have some people's hearts. But this is still unfair to you, and I can't let go of my own flesh and blood. My brothers will withdraw from this battle." Xue Leihan's eyes were burning. Master Yin snorted coldly, and a hint of heartfelt pain flashed in his eyes. He said in a deep voice while the others surrounded him, "Countless top-notch elites are attacking one person. With or without the two of you, what difference would there be? Why don't you come together and take revenge for your family and end this karma that has been silent for countless years?" Xue Leihan shook his head lightly. "I want to kill you. I want to kill you even in my dreams. I want to kill you more than anyone else. But you are still the person my sister loved until her death. Although I have regrets, although I'm indignant, although I'm mad with hatred. But if my sister knew after her death, she wouldn't want to see your blood on my hands in the end." But this point couldn't be said out loud. Moreover, he carried his sister's body and took advantage of her. This was against Xue Leihan's principles. Even if he won in the end and killed Cloudmaster, he would still feel good. So Xue Leihan chose to withdraw. He would rather give up on this battle than let his sister's spirit in heaven be hurt again. Cloudmaster understood Xue Leihan's mentality very well, but he still felt terrible, because he really wasn't sure if he was in a critical situation. In a battle between top experts, especially in such a place where he was surrounded by so many people, there was no room for distraction. In a trance, he suddenly heard a muffled groan and two bangs. Dragon Yinghuan and Meng Jinghui were sent flying with blood spurting out of their mouths. That muffled groan came from Master Cloud. While he was distracted, he was struck by Gu Duxing's sword and staggered. Blood splattered everywhere. Immediately after, he counterattacked, injuring both Dragon and Dream. Even though Master Cloud was injured, he laughed loudly and said, "Xue Leihan, you are actually a hero of your generation. But if you and Zihao are defeated in this life, you will be defeated by the word hero." Xue Leihan listened attentively and said in a low voice, "But I have no regrets even if I die." Master Yin laughed maniacally. Living without regrets is naturally an achievement. Only with success can one have no regrets. However, Xue Leihan was dumbfounded even though he had no regrets. "You and I have been entangled with each other for more than 1,000,000 years. This is my last advice to you. Doing good may not leave one's name for eternity, but doing evil may leave one's name in the annals of history, even if one goes down in infamy for 10,000 years. Xue Leihan, good and evil come to an end. It's just a life." Xue Leihan sighed. Nonsense. Sophistry. Master Yin was actually surrounded by so many strong enemies. He talked about life like this. The others were all furious, and their attacks became even more intense. Ziwu Ji's burly figure descended from the sky. His broadsword brought with it an extremely sharp roar and actually ignited a huge fire in the air. He shouted, "Master Yin, do you still remember the Shao Heavenly Emperor from back then?" Master Yin casually blocked Ziwu Ji's brazen sword attack. He turned around in the air and sent out a series of kicks. Ziwu Ji let out a loud roar and advanced instead of retreating. He was actually charging forward with no regard for his own safety. "Ziwu Ji, do you have other origins?" Master Yin frowned and looked at Ziwu Ji. Master Yin was naturally no stranger to Ziwu Ji, but he was greatly surprised by Ziwu Ji's words just now. "Are you surprised? I am Zihao's younger brother, biological younger brother." Ziwu Ji roared in grief and indignation. Suddenly, he threw out his broadsword and then hugged Master Yin's right foot with both hands as he roared to the sky, "Big brother, little brother will avenge you today!" Master Yin's face was cold. Although his right foot was restrained, his empty left foot still kicked Ziwu Ji hundreds of times in a row. Ziwu Ji vomited blood, and his injuries were extremely serious, but he still refused to retreat and clung tightly to Master Yin's right foot. Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang both came to his aid. Their swords and sabers slashed down, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the right leg of the sage had turned into a bone club without the slightest bit of flesh. However, Master Yun's bones actually showed a faint golden luster. Gu Duxing's black dragon sword and Dong Wushang's dark saber slashed at them countless times, but they could only form streaks of white marks, unable to do anything else. They could not damage his foundation at all. Faced with this terrifying situation, both Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing were shocked. A person's flesh and blood had already been cut off, but his bones were still so strong. This was too unbelievable, wasn't it? With a shout, Yao Xian Er's Demon King hook flashed with black light and came slashing down. The Saint Monarch's two hands locked Chu Yang's calamity sword, and Mo Qing Wu's dreaming of a gentle dance saber at the same time. His head took Zi Xieching's purple cloud seal head on. While bleeding from his 7 apertures, his right leg, which was only a skeleton, finally broke free from Zi Wu Ji's restraint and flew up forcefully to counterattack. Dong Wushang and Gu Duxing, whose swords and sabers had been neutralized, grunted at the same time and hurriedly retreated. With a shake of his left foot, Zi Wu Ji's body flew out like a broken sack. Then the Saint Monarch's whole body spun violently. His arms were like mountain-splitting hammers, brazenly meeting Ao Xiayan's hand and Rue Butong's sword. His left foot, however, rushed out again. His whole left leg stretched infinitely in that instant and crashed into the Demon Empress Demon King hook. With this collision, the Demon Empress grunted and somersaulted away. With the Demon Empress ability, the Demon Emperor Heaven's strongest divine weapon, the Demon King hook was actually defeated. The Saint Monarch's strength was truly shocking and frightening to the extreme. However, a moment of brilliance did not represent eternity. Although the Saint Monarch forced the Demon Empress back with a single kick and dealt with many attacks, it was inevitable that he would lose sight of the other. Almost at the same time he forced the Demon Empress back, Mo Qing and Mo Huichen's hands slammed into the Saint Monarch's back one after another. Cloud Lord reacted quickly, and with a loud roar, he arched his back and slammed backwards. Mo Qing and Mo Huichen, who had just succeeded, also suffered a backlash. They both cried out in unison and spat out blood. They were sent flying backwards. GMO and Luo Kadi immediately pounced forward. They forcefully crashed into Lord Cloud's bosom at the critical moment. Then they ferociously hit him with puff sounds. This moment was very critical and delicate. The Saint Monarch had just used his back to force back the attacks of the 2 heavenly emperors, and his body was faintly arched backwards. At this moment, GMO and Luo Kadi were attacking Cloud Lord where the burden on his body was the weakest. Between his waist and abdomen, they were attacking the enemy's vital point. Although the siege was extremely short, everyone had already discovered that the only weapon that could threaten the Saint Monarch was Chu Yang's calamity sword. Originally, the Eastern Sovereign's Grand Orient sword was also a considerable threat to the Demon Empress Demon King hook. However, because the Eastern Sovereign did not participate in the battle, this layer of apprehension disappeared. As for the other weapons, even Dong Wushang's dark saber, which was heavy and domineering, could only be used against Cloud Lord's flesh. As for his bones, they were already powerless. After Cloud Lord had completely activated the effects of the Myriad Saint's true spirit, his strength had actually reached such a terrifying level. Such a cultivation in the entire imperial court could be said to be the absolute number 1 in all of Tian-Ke. That was why everyone chose to attack with their fists and legs. That way, they could pour their cultivation base into Guru Yun's body and cause him to be injured by the shock wave. And this kind of shock injuries only needed to accumulate to a certain extent. Then he would be able to completely destroy him. In the end, swords and sabers could only cause sharp injuries to a certain area. The impact on the overall damage was always limited. Since the start of the battle, GMO and Luo Kadi's attack on his waist and abdomen was the first time that a Saint Monarch was seriously injured. After being hit, Cloud Lord let out a loud scream and actually did not have time to counterattack. He staggered back in midair. Chu Lu'er and Mo Tianji flew up. Mo Tianji simply swung the purple jade flute and smashed it down like a rod. Chu Lu simply abandoned her sword and swung a star metal rod, smashing it down fiercely. A girl smashing someone with a rod. This scene was rather eye-catching. Cloud Lord had just suffered a serious injury from Luo Kadi and Ji Mo's joint attack. He retreated for the first time and was just about to deal with the enemies that were pouncing on him from all directions when he suddenly felt weak all over. It felt as if someone was hugging and entangling him. It also felt like a net that suddenly covered him. No matter how he struggled, it was difficult for him to move and move. This was the divine spirit of the calamity taking advantage of the opportunity and attacking secretly. The moment it attacked, it forcefully locked Cloud Lord's legs and feet. Cloud Lord was experienced in dealing with powerful enemies and did not panic in the face of danger. He suddenly let out a roar, and golden light surrounded him. As if it had erupted, it flickered for a moment. The divine spirit of the calamity immediately let out a scream and turned into a cloud of black smoke that drifted away. However, this momentary lockdown had created enough openings for them. No less than a dozen elites attacked with all their might, and countless attacks landed on Guru Yun's body. His shoulders, chest, back, lower abdomen, arms, legs, and so on. Cloud Lord let out another scream and even spat out a big mouthful of golden blood. With a crack, his left hand was the first to give in and finally broke because it had to withstand the joint attacks of 4 experts at the same time. However, the broken half of his arm, which was still attached to his palm, actually floated in the air as if it was weightless. It was still emitting golden light and was actually slowly dispersing and dividing, gradually dissolving in the air like air. In the blink of an eye, half of his arm had already turned into dust. Cloud Lord screamed loudly. Suddenly, he seemed to have fallen into a state of confusion. His entire body spun violently and turned into a huge black hole that connected the heavens and the earth. You really can't blame me for updating late. However, since a long time ago, I couldn't update it even after using all kinds of browsers and methods. In the end, I had to delete all the browsers and use the 360-degree browser to restore the update. This situation has really been going on for a very long time. If you don't believe me, you can ask the other authors. I'm really about to break down from anxiety. Chapter 26:99. Then an unprecedentedly powerful force suddenly erupted. Chu Yang and the others were all sent flying back involuntarily. Zi Wuji's injuries were the most serious, and he was no longer able to fight, barely holding on as he waited for an opportunity to strike. When this huge force suddenly struck him, he was unable to resist and fell from the sky. Fortunately, he was caught by Shuai Leihan, who was already prepared, otherwise, for a dignified heavenly emperor to die from falling to his death would have been quite unpleasant to hear. The Saint Monarch's body could no longer be seen at this moment. Between heaven and earth, there was only a tornado and a black hole left. Only his roars continued to come out from within. Longing Huan, you were at the end of your rope back then. If it weren't for my Yun family lending a helping hand, where would you be now? How could you be as glorious as you are now? Cloud Master roared, his voice shaking the world. Now you actually joined forces with others to deal with me? Mo Huichin, back then, you were able to ascend to the position of Heavenly Emperor because of my support. Now you're actually ungrateful. Yao Exa, back then, I was kind to you and showed mercy countless times. Today, you actually repay kindness with enmity? Chu Yang, I have no enmity with you. Why must you go against me? Cloud Master's roars shook the world. However, his words always avoided Shuai Leihan and the Shuai family. He is deliberately making himself violent to increase his combat strength. The demon empress frowned and said, Everyone be careful. Long Inghuan stood with his sword and said indifferently, "Lord Saint Monarch, it is true that I was seriously injured back then. Your Yun family also saved me and showed me many favors. However, later on, no matter whether it was big or small, I was the one who dealt with it. You, Cloud Master, once used a strange method on me. I relied on my family's inherited soul-locking secret technique to escape. At that time, although I didn't know what kind of method it was, I knew it must be some kind of evil secret technique. Now that I think about it, it must be a secret technique to plant the 10,000 saints' true spirit. However, I have always kept this a secret. This can be considered as being extremely benevolent to you. Now, you have become the public enemy of the world and have brought disaster to the imperial court. I acted against you for the sake of justice. What's wrong with that?" Emo Huichin said coldly, "Back then, the Xue clan treated you as Master Yin. Xue Xian, I even sacrificed her entire life for you. How did you treat them? Since ancient times, the righteous and evil have never coexisted. At this moment of life and death, with your experience and cunning, you really shouldn't be talking about kindness." Emo Huichin, Master Yin shrieked. "Shut up!" He screamed and suddenly swooped down. Everyone could feel him at this moment. The might of the tornado he had transformed into hadn't even reached its peak. Yet it was already rushing down. Emo Huichin's words, intentionally or unintentionally, had hit his biggest weak spot. Xue clan, Xue Xianer. As soon as this matter was mentioned, Cloud Lord could no longer tolerate it, and he immediately attacked. He hated Emo Huichin to the core for saying this. This time, all of them attacked at the same time. They were targeting him at the same time. But his goal was very simple. Emo Huichin, Chu Yang's Calamity Sword, and the Demon Empress, Demon King. Hook bloomed with blood on Master Yun's body at the same time. The other weapons, fists, and kicks all smashed on Master Yun's body, like raindrops. But Master Yun didn't care at all. He didn't dodge or evade, and just rushed out with a roar. Master Yin swooped down, forcibly passing through the attacks of countless fists, palms, sabers, and swords, leaving behind a sky full of minced flesh. It was almost as if he was being cut into pieces, but he still rushed to Long Inghuan and Emo Huichin. He waved his bare left hand, and Long Inghuan stumbled back with his sword, bleeding from his 7 orifices. However, the real main force's next attack had already locked onto another person, Emo Huichin. Emo Huichin was also someone who had experienced many powerful enemies. How could he not know that this was a moment of life and death? He gritted his teeth, and his whole body emitted a faint golden light. His 2 hands carried his maximum strength and pushed out crazily. He had a sword in his hand, but just as he thrust out his sword, Master Yin grabbed the blade and twisted it into a fried dough twist, and then broke it. Emo Huichin's sword flew out of his hand, and at this moment, his 2 hands struck out with thousands of palms. Master Yun's eyes were red, but he didn't dodge at all. He straightforwardly used his chest to receive Emo Huichin's attack. A vortex that was visible to the naked eye suddenly appeared on his chest, and his flesh instantly disappeared, leaving behind only a strange black hole. It locked onto Emo Huichin's hands, and then hundreds of thunderous attacks all smashed onto Emo Huichin's body. At the same time, his own chest also made a series of cracking sounds. Chu Yang and the others behind him could clearly see waves of powerful energy being projected out from Master Yun's back. Strictly speaking, this fight should be a situation where both sides suffered great losses. Master Yin had paid a considerable price. However, Emo Huichin was in an even worse state. Under Venerable Cloud's frenzied attacks, Emo Huichin had already completely lost all ability to resist. His cultivation was already far inferior to Venerable Cloud's, and at this moment he was facing a madman who didn't dodge at all and only knew how to destroy and slaughter his enemies. Almost immediately, he was beaten to the point where he lost all ability to resist. After Master Yin succeeded, He grabbed Mo Huachen's neck and directly lifted him up. He swung Mo Huachen's body and spun him around fiercely. Everyone hurriedly retreated out of fear of harming Mo Huachen. Guru Yin ignored all the enemies around him. His eyes were red as he roared in a deep voice. "What right do you have to do this? Why do you also have to interfere in my affairs? The Shui clan's affairs are between me and the Shui clan. What does it have to do with you? Shui Xian. Oi's affairs are also between me and Shui Xian. What does it have to do with you? What does it have to do with you?" He roared. "What right do you have to say that? Who do you think you are?" Mo Huachen's eyes were filled with despair. His throat made gurgling sounds as he struggled to say, "Using a woman's feelings, deceiving a woman's life to achieve your own despicable goals. Master Yin, I look down on you. I don't need you to look down on me." Master Yin roared, "I don't need any of you to look down on me. No matter how despicable I am, you have no right to criticize me." "No." Master Yin suddenly roared to the sky, "What do you know? What do you know? What do you know?" At this moment, his mind was clearly a little out of order. The extreme power of the 10,000 saints' true spirit had indeed caused his strength to surge and his body to recover completely. However, it wasn't without any side effects. Such a strong power wasn't something that his body could completely bear. If he could calm his heart and regulate his breathing to eliminate the side effects, he could naturally eliminate the side effects. However, at this moment he was in a fierce battle. Although the saint had forcibly absorbed the returning power, how could he completely absorb it in such a short time? From then on, his mind had already started to become a little dazed. It was only because of the strong power in his body and the illusion that everything was in his hands that the side effects weren't obvious. Later on, after being enraged time and time again, the side effects finally erupted. He swung Mo Huachen's body back and forth and suddenly laughed miserably. "Ha ha, you don't know anything. You don't know anything." He spun his body crazily in the air. Suddenly he roared, "You don't know anything." Everything between heaven and earth seemed to have suddenly stopped at this moment. Even time had stopped flowing. Time had stopped. This was the saint activating his own time domain, causing the area within 1,000 miles to completely stop. He himself was within this domain and continued to roar crazily. "What do you know? Do you think that I, Master Yin, was born a bad person? Fuck! I have a 10,000 saints true devil as my father. What can I do? Even if I have the ambition to protect the world, to do good deeds for the imperial court at all costs, to seek benefits, to uphold justice at all costs. When the true identity of the 10,000 saints' true devil is revealed, as his son, I will still be the public enemy of the world. Even if I do what a saint does, I will still be dead by then. No one will believe in the son of the 10,000 saints' true devil. No one. Everything I have done will only be seen by the world as an act, a sanctimonious act to buy people's hearts." He roared furiously, "Shui Leihan, Yao Exener, Mo Qingqing. At that time, can you accept a son of the 10,000 saints' true devil as your friend? Can you?" Shui Leihan and Yao Exena looked at each other. To be honest, this was definitely impossible, just like what Master Yin had said. Once his father's true identity as the 10,000 saints' true devil was exposed, Master Yin would become the public enemy of the world. There was no other possibility for this matter. Even if Master Yin was really a saint as long as he was that old, the outcome would still be tragic. No matter what I choose, I will still become the public enemy of the world in the end. Why can't I do bad things? Even if I do good things, I will still become the public enemy of the world in the end. Why am I evil beyond redemption? Living in this world, how can I not want to be a righteous person? Am I a fucking fool? I was young and handsome back then, successful in my career, famous and righteous. My reputation was as great as the sun. Why do I have to painstakingly plan everything? Why? Master Yin roared crazily. But in this world, everything can be changed. Everything can be changed. The only thing that cannot be changed is one's birth. One's birth parents cannot be changed. Being born as the son of the 10,000 saints, true devil, this is my destiny. Why? Why do I have such a destiny? We are all humans. Why don't you have it? Why can all of you be innocent? Why can all of you openly reveal your own origins? Master Yin roared and questioned loudly. I am evil, I am evil. Why? Because even if I am not evil, I will only be forced to do evil by all of you. Because if I don't do evil, I won't be able to live in the end. So I set up a trap to kill my father. But since I even killed my own father in this Heaven Imperial Court, who else do I care about? I can't kill anyone. Do the others, all of them, deserve it? Master Yin laughed loudly. You don't deserve it. So, I have always thought that I am not a good person. But no matter what bad things I do, sometimes I will feel that I am crazy, but I will still have a clear conscience. I will always have a clear conscience. I will always have a clear conscience. Master Yin roared. Suddenly, with a boom, Mo Huichen's body was torn into pieces in his hands. A celestial emperor of a generation died today, becoming the first sacrifice in this demon extermination war. Everyone's eyes were wide open. They roared at the same time and counterattacked. Under everyone's joint efforts, countless light, cracking sounds rang out continuously, as if a piece of glass was broken. Countless small cracks appeared in the air. The space and time lock was immediately removed. Even if I am the enemy of the world, so what? Master Yin soared into the air. He shouted, When I took the first step, I saw this day. With one sword, I am the enemy of the world. However, in this life, the only person I have let down is... His gaze swept past the mysterious ice jade coffin behind Shuai Leihan very quickly. Then he let out a long laugh. He flew into the air and pounced toward Chu Yang. He shouted, Today's deadlock is either you kill me or I kill all of you. Today, all right and wrong will be resolved. When we are all buried in the purple cloud heavens, let Zi Hao watch me live and let Zi Hao watch me die. With extremely crazy laughter, the bones all over Master Yin's body emitted the most dazzling golden light again at this moment, pressing toward Chu Yang irresistibly. Chu Yang also let out a wild roar and shouted, Come on! The Calamity sword flashed in the air and turned into a thunderbolt, counterattacking fiercely. One ray of cold light pierces 10,000 feet. What harm is there in slaughtering the world? A sharp will buried deep will not change. Once the wind and clouds gather, I will be the king. The general principle of the Calamity sword was also the tip of the sword, the ultimate sword move, for moves were released at the same time. This was the first time Chu Yang released all 4 ultimate moves in one go ever since he got the Calamity sword. In this instant, Chu Yang's dantian was completely emptied. The Calamity sword shone brightly. It transformed into a bolt of heavenly lightning, a dazzling and resplendent pillar of light, surrounded by specks of starlight that were as dim as the sun and moon, charged toward Cloud Lord. Master Yin's injuries were actually quite severe. This should be his last desperate attempt. This was something that everyone present could see. However, this last desperate attempt still had the power to kill. It still had the power to kill people. It could kill anyone present, including the strongest Chu Yang. Therefore, Chu Yang was also giving his all. He was giving his all. This was because he'd already clearly sensed that the sage was looking for a person to accompany him in death at this moment. Perhaps when he first came to the purple cloud heavens, he had other thoughts, many plans, many things that he had not done yet. However, at this moment, for some reason, the moment Shuai Leihan appeared with the coffin on his back, Master Yin seemed to have received the most intense stimulation. He did not want to live anymore. Extreme detonation and the return of all the 10,000 saints' true spirits was a sign that he was courting death. However, he was still unwilling to die just like that. He had to find one or a few people to die with him, and for those he found, other than himself, who could rely on the Calamity sword to have a chance of survival, the others, no matter who they were, would definitely die if they went against him. Even if he had other brothers around him while he was resisting the Saint Lord, that brother would definitely be dragged down by Master Yin. Therefore, Chu Yang chose to fight alone with his sword. The two of them, the two most brilliant balls of light, collided in the air. The whole world actually went silent for a moment at this moment. The next moment, it suddenly exploded. The huge impact caused Chu Yang to fly backward and spurt out blood. He arched his back and shot out like an arrow, his face pale. On the other hand, the Saint Lord opposite him spurted out blood and flew backward powerlessly. He kept spurting blood until the sky was full of blood mist. The three heavenly emperors, Long Yin Huan, Meng Jing, and Amo Qingqing, attacked at the same time. At the moment when Master Yin was powerless to fight back and stumbling backward, they quickly caught up with him and attacked him mercilessly. In the fight just now, Master Yin was riddled with holes by Chu Yang's extremely powerful Calamity Sword Aura and Calamity Ultimate Move. He was also pushed back by the force of the explosion. For a moment, he did not have the ability to fight back at all. He screamed, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. When he stopped retreating, everyone realized that there was almost no flesh left on him from head to toe. Only a complete skeleton was left. Even his two eyes were completely blinded and destroyed by Long Yin Huan and the others. However, Master Yin still had the strength to fight back. Without any hesitation, he rushed forward. There was no flesh on his body, but he spontaneously made a strange sound, full of cruelty and viciousness. "Let's die together." His body flew forward like a shooting star. However, he was obviously beaten silly. His eyes were blinded, and he could not see the direction at all. He actually flew toward an empty place with no one around. The pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the endless aura of life and death, all of it flooded into his body at the same time without any distinction. He was going to self-destruct. Everyone first took a breath and then heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this lunatic was blind. Otherwise, at this moment, if he rushed into the crowd and self-destructed, he could at least drag a few people away. At this moment, no one made a sound. They also did not dare to make a sound. They only watched as Master Yin flew and waited for him to self-destruct. Chu Yang had just stood up again. Seeing this, he also couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If this terrifying enemy self-destructed for no reason, that would really be a great blessing. However, in the blink of an eye, Chu Yang exclaimed. Chu Yang let out an indescribably horrified cry. "Stop him! You must stop him!" Master Yin did not rush toward the place where everyone was gathered, but it was not that he did not have a target. His target was actually the layer of white fog in front of the first bridge. Was it intentional, or did he not know? No one knew about this. However, everyone was clear about one thing. This matter seemed to be serious. If he self-destructed in the white fog, the result would be too terrible. It might even be more serious than the few people who died here. Amo Tianji also instantly realized. He shouted, "Stop him!" Everyone realized that something was wrong and chased after him with all their might. However, it was already too late. A series of extremely strange and maniacal laughter rang out. Master Cloud's tattered body crashed into the white fog, which seemed to be an invisible barrier. When he sensed that he was stopped, Master Cloud actually let out a strange and hoarse laugh. He said, "Let's do it together!" Bang! A loud sound was heard, and the white fog suddenly exploded. The situation had changed. There was no turning back. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji and the others felt their hands and feet turn cold. They watched as Master Yin, who used to be the #1 person in the imperial court, turned into the most dazzling firework in the white fog in the most extreme way. An unprecedentedly huge mushroom cloud instantly rose into the sky, and countless bright golden lights shone. It shot out from the inside, just like that. The scene was extremely spectacular. The whole world was shaking because of this change. The ground under their feet was also shaking crazily. Everything in the surroundings, including the mountains within a radius of 2,000 miles, all of them were dispirited. In the sky, the mysterious white fog that had existed for many years and connected the heaven and earth. It formed the most solid defense line of the imperial court. It swayed violently like a willow tree in the wind. Everyone could clearly feel that the white fog was very fragile. It seemed like it would break if it swayed any more. It was like an arrow at the end of its flight. In the next moment, under everyone's shocked gazes, a bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky. Perhaps it was not lightning at all. Instead, it was the core of the white fog that suddenly broke. From the sky, it broke apart in a crooked manner. When it broke to a certain extent, countless golden lightning bolts suddenly appeared. They were streaks of distorted white fog. It continued to extend into the boundless distance. Then, from the boundless sky, the white fog came crashing down like a tangible object. It started to fall slowly from the sky. Halfway through, the white fog already started to dissipate, revealing the blue sky above. Chu Yang and the others felt a chill run down their spines. Their minds were completely blank. The thing that they were most worried about, the most terrifying thing, had finally happened. Master Yin self-destructed. In the place where Chu Yang was most afraid of his self-destruction, he detonated his most extreme self-destruction. At the same time, it triggered the thing that Chu Yang and the others were most worried about. The white fog that had separated the heavenly palaces from the fallen, purple cloud heavens for an unknown number of years finally collapsed due to Yun Shangren's self-destruction. Under the constant attacks of the extraterrestrial demons for millions of years, the white fog was already on the verge of collapse. It was already on the brink of collapse. Now, Master Yen's self-destruction was like the straw that broke the camel's back. The mysterious white fog finally collapsed completely. The disappearance of the white fog also symbolized that the imperial court's biggest barrier against the extraterrestrial demons for millions of years had collapsed and ceased to exist. It also meant that from this moment on, the living beings in the imperial court would have to face the extraterrestrial demons' most direct tide-like attacks. Everyone was speechless. A saint of a generation turned into dust, just like that. All the top experts in the imperial court who were left were all injured, including Chu Yang, who had the highest cultivation, and Mo Tianji, who was the think tank of the generation. Everyone was seriously injured and did not have much combat power. Yet, at this most delicate moment, the white fog disappeared. It was completely gone. The great calamity of the Heaven Imperial Court had suddenly arrived at a time when no one was prepared for it and no one had expected it. I have to think about the following plot carefully. I'll update it tomorrow or later. Also, brothers and sisters who like the proud world and the evil monarch can add to my public reputation. Search for Wind Conquers the World, and you will find me. I will write a lot of stories there. Cough, cough. Please wait and see. Chapter 2700. There's already a reaction from the other side. Help is coming. Mo Tianji planned nervously. Currently, we have more than enough high-end combat power, but our overall combat power is still far from enough. The remnants of purple clouds will be our best supplement now, but I estimate that it's still not enough, definitely not enough. How can we get more combat power? At this moment, the layer of white fog and golden light that was gradually breaking down finally reached the end of its existence. With a bang, it completely exploded. The white fog also completely dissipated at this moment, no longer returning to the world. This ancient barrier that separated the heavenly imperial court from the fallen land of purple clouds, heavens, no longer existed. On the opposite side, everyone could clearly see the countless heavenly demon army swarming over like a tide. As far as the eye could see, there was no end to it. The crowd was like an ocean, densely packed and surging. The heavenly imperial court, the weapon of extermination that had been suspended for millions of years, finally descended. However, at this moment, an extremely unexpected thing happened without any warning. Or rather, it was a miraculous change. The broken golden light that appeared because of the overflowing white fog didn't disappear along with the white fog. Instead, it gathered bit by bit into thick golden light in the air. In just a few moments, all the golden light gathered together. The golden light became brighter and brighter, dazzling everyone's eyes. Dozens of golden lights intersected in the air. The next moment, many golden lights in the air descended brazenly. Fifth Heaven, who was the closest, suddenly let out a scream. A golden light in the sky drilled into his body at almost the same time. The rest of the golden lights also descended. Among the generations of Tribulation Brothers, except for the Chu brothers and Wu Jucheng, everyone else trembled. A thick golden light drilled into each of their bodies mysteriously. Chu Yang and the others were shocked at the scene. They couldn't help but be stunned. What's going on? How could there be such a strange change? There were a total of 11 generations of Tribulation Brothers here, and none of them were missing. Everyone bore a golden light. Whether they were fighting or doing something else, there was no exception. No one missed. Following that, an even stranger change occurred. Those golden lights exploded in the bodies of the Tribulation Brothers, the bodies of Ji Huitian and the others. At this moment, it became completely transparent, as if the original muscle tissue no longer existed. One could clearly see the golden light in its body. Gradually, a complete skeleton was formed. It was a complete skeleton. From head to toe, not a single detail was left out. The only difference between these skeletons and ordinary skeletons was that these skeletons were golden in color, and they were overflowing with golden light. The Tribulation Brothers, who bore the golden light, roared at the sky at the same time. A beam of golden light shot out from each of their mouths and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Then, the golden light on everyone's body slowly dissipated. Everyone discovered that their cultivation had been reduced in an instant. There was actually a huge improvement. Moreover, it was the kind of astonishing improvement that he didn't even dare to dream of before. Ji Huitian casually swung his sword. The activated sword Qi instantly transformed into a long dragon, and all the heavenly demons within a radius of 3,000 feet were all wiped out. The pinnacle of the sage realm. Ji Huitian cried out in surprise. In the blink of an eye, he had made such an astonishing improvement. Yes, all the Tribulation Brothers were surprised to discover that their cultivation had really taken a step forward at this moment, and they had achieved the pinnacle of cultivation in the Heavenly Palace continent, the pinnacle of the Sage Realm. This was the same level of cultivation as Di Ho. The strength of all the Tribulation Brothers had reached this level in an instant. Everyone's strength had climbed to the pinnacle of the Heavenly Palace continent, and everyone's strength was no longer inferior to Ziwu Ji and Wu Yiquang. In the face of such an unexpected change, everyone was so shocked and happy that they almost fainted. When the heavenly demons finally broke through the white fog, when the Heavenly Palace continent was trapped in an unprecedentedly bad situation, the strength of several parties had actually improved so much. This was simply a heaven-sent joy, and it was the improvement of all 11 of them, without exception. This was something that couldn't be explained at all. This huge strength was really hard to imagine. With this comprehensive strength, the most conservative estimate was at least equivalent to more than 5 holy monarchs in their strongest state. The Heavenly Palace continent, which was originally at an absolute disadvantage, instantly turned the situation around. Although they might not be able to counterattack, at least the situation was no longer one-sided. Ji Huitian had an amazing breakthrough and unexpectedly obtained amazing strength. In his surprise, he inadvertently neglected his defense. A heavenly demon on the opposite side slashed at him. Amidst everyone's exclamations, The blood-red blade ruthlessly chopped at Ji Huitian's neck. Everyone couldn't help but close their eyes. With such a critical injury, even with Ji Huitian's current cultivation, it was difficult to resist. Death was imminent, and it was hard to avoid. Even Ji Huitian himself was shocked when he realized that a fatal blow was about to hit him, but it was already too late. He couldn't even make the slightest movement to dodge. Huitian, Big Brother Ji, all the Tribulation Brothers exclaimed together. However, Ji Huitian was actually unscathed after receiving this fatal blow. While he was in a daze, he actually touched his neck in bewilderment. Then he reached out and grabbed the heavenly demon's blade. With a twist, he snatched it away. Then he rushed out with a punch and directly smashed this heavenly demon, who was at least at the level of a saint. The sharp blood blade unique to the heavenly demon clan actually couldn't cause any damage to him at all. Undying golden body. Chu Yang and Mo Tianji and the others had a flash of inspiration. They all thought of a sentence at the same time. The past tribulation sword masters used their bodies to open the path of reincarnation and open the door to the outer realm. Bones as walls, flesh paving the way, blood as wind, and soul as the sky. Send my brother to battle the heavenly demons in the outer realm. Raise my brother, rebuild his physical body, and become an undying golden body. Fulfill my brother's wish to command the outer realm and achieve immortal achievements. Let my brother enjoy the glory of the heavens and the earth and receive the supreme glory. Obviously, this was what the Tribulation Brothers deserved the most, the last blessing of the past Tribulation sword masters. Undying golden body. At the same time, the two of them also understood. Why was it that only Wu Jueqing didn't receive this beam of golden light and didn't have an undying golden body? Because the other brothers had all come here in the form of souls, which was equivalent to them not having a physical body. And this beam of golden light was the only secret to rebuilding their physical bodies at the critical moment and achieving an undying golden body. At the same time, it was also the last trump card, or rather, the opportunity. Because this beam of golden light was actually hidden in that white fog. If the white fog didn't collapse, the Tribulation Brothers would forever remain golden-robed heavenly guards. Although their cultivation wasn't low, they ultimately couldn't reach the peak. However, once the white fog collapsed, they would instantly achieve an earth-shattering level of cultivation. This was the true compensation that the past Tribulation sword masters received after making huge sacrifices. And Wu Jueqing actually didn't need this process of rebuilding his undying golden body. Because he had ascended with his physical body in the first place, he didn't need this rebuilding process at all. Therefore, he didn't have a share in this golden light. While everyone was enlightened, they were also energized at the same time. At such a critical moment, there were suddenly 11 more experts who were equivalent to the first Emperor-Empress appearing here. It was simply a huge pie that fell from the sky. This was almost equivalent to more than 10 heavenly emperors of the past fighting here at the same time. If Chu Yang, Shueleihan, and the others were included, there were almost 100 experts who represented the top strength of the imperial court here. What a huge force this was, enough to destroy everything easily and sweep away everything. The 11 of them roared at the same time and charged into the heavenly demon horde without hesitation. The battle situation was critical now. They didn't have time to slowly adapt to the drastic increase in cultivation just now. They could only practice in such an unusually cruel battle. The heavenly demon vanguard was already defeated the moment they came into contact with them. Instantly, corpses were everywhere. When the difference in strength between the two sides was too great, the difference in numbers was no longer a factor that affected the battle situation. The situation that could have been overturned at any time was temporarily stabilized. Previously, the white fog collapsed too suddenly. Of course, Chu Yang's side wasn't prepared, and the heavenly demons who were looking forward to the collapse of the white fog were similarly not mentally prepared. The heavenly demon army, gathered at the front line, had already been fully deployed. But because they lacked high-end battle power, they were instantly wiped out by the Tribulation Brothers who had increased their strength, and the reinforcements had yet to arrive. This gap was perhaps the only time that Chu Yang and Mo Tianji and the others could breathe a sigh of relief, because under the obstruction of attacks from many sides, they could finally temporarily curb the heavenly demons' attacks and not let a large number of heavenly demon troops enter the imperial court immediately. However, this time of relief could only last for a day at the most optimistic estimate. At the latest, the reinforcements from the extraterrestrial demons, especially the high-end battle power of the heavenly demons, would come one after another. As for the reinforcements from the imperial court, even Dong Wushang's troops, who were the closest to here, would need at least 5 days to arrive. This meant that there was at least a 4-day gap. And from the looks of it now, there was no way to make up for these 4 days. Xue Leihan's eyes focused, and he suddenly asked, "Chu Yang, where's your 5 Directions World Sword?" Hearing that, Chu Yang was startled. Only then did he remember that in his tribulation space, there seemed to be a sword left for him by that mysterious expert, the 5 Directions World Sword. "Take it out and cut through the space barrier." Xue Leihan smiled. "This is my gift to you, the second wedding surprise." Chu Yang didn't hesitate at all. He stretched out his palm, and the 5 Directions World Sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Chu Yang was taken aback when he held the sword in his hand. This sword, which was emitting cold light in all directions, was as light as a feather. In the next moment, 5 different colors gradually rose. Chu Yang didn't care. He gathered his strength and swung the sword, slashing it down fiercely. It was as if there was a layer of thin film in front of him that was split open by the sword, revealing the true face inside. On the other side was another world. Chu Yang slashed it open and was instantly stunned. Chapter 2701. The 5 Directions World Sword in Chu Yang's hand slowly melted and disappeared after the sword. It turned out that this mystical sword could only be used once. At this moment, Chu Yang didn't pay attention to the disappearance of the 5 Directions World Sword in his hand. He just looked ahead, because there was someone ahead. A person slowly stepped out and said with a smile, "Brother Chu, it's been a long time." "Hello." Chu Yang saw the person and shouted in surprise, "Storm!" The person who came was actually the 2nd generation 9 Tribulations Sword Master, Storm. Behind Storm, a person in snow-white clothes walked out. His face was calm, but his eyes were sharp. He stepped out and pressed his hand on the sword hilt. He said softly, "This must be the so-called extraterrestrial battlefield? The land invaded by the extraterrestrial demons, right?" Chu Yang took a deep breath and his eyes lit up. He said, "That's right. The situation here is critical. I need your help." Opposite him, the 7 people who came out in a line laughed. "No need to be so polite. We've been sharpening our swords all our lives for this moment. Let's not talk too much. Chu Yang, after we kill the extraterrestrial demons, you must take out your wedding banquet. Let's drink together." "Okay." Chu Yang's eyes lit up. "It's a deal. I'm going to find my brothers." This sentence was said by the 7 people almost at the same time. Their eyes were filled with extreme eagerness. Obviously, they couldn't wait any longer. Saying these words to Chu Yang was already giving Chu Yang a lot of face. I understand. Your brothers are also waiting for you." Chu Yang happily stepped aside. "They're also anxiously waiting for you. They've really been waiting for you for too long." Storm laughed. He was really like a huge, human-shaped storm. He took the lead and rushed out from Chu Yang's side. His long sword was like snow, bringing with it thousands of cold lights. He took the lead and rushed into the extraterrestrial demon formation. A long roar shook the sky. Storm, come brothers, annoyed by the world, isolated from the sea, proud of the universe, master of the rise and fall of the 9 heavens and the heart. My brothers, where are you? When he said the last 5 words, Even his voice was trembling. How long had it been since he said this sentence? Too long. It was really too long. His voice shook the sky. An array of sword light shot through the air like a dragon. Ji Huitian, Yang Yu Chen, Zhuqiu Yangqiu, and the others who were in the middle of killing their enemies suddenly trembled, and they quickly turned their heads in disbelief. He looked in the direction of the voice. Looking at the sword light that suddenly appeared in the sky, as well as the figure that was wrapped in thousands of cold lights, Lin Mingya was shocked. That gaze, that voice, the 9 brothers choked with sobs at the same time and roared as if they were venting their emotions. Boss! The group of people almost jumped up in joy, but their tears flew out one after another. Boss, you've come. It's finally here. Brothers, we've been waiting for you for a long time, really for a long time. In another direction, stepping on the firmament, pointing your sword at Bai Yundong. Brothers, I'm coming. Yundong's clothes were as white as snow, and his sword was like a dragon, crossing the sky, looking down on the world with disdain. The sword aura was extremely sharp, but it brought out a unique, cold, sharp, and unrestrained feeling. Wu Jueching and the others started shouting crazily, Boss! It's Boss! Boss is here! Hearing the long-awaited shouts of his brothers and seeing the familiar faces of his brothers, Yundong laughed loudly, but his tears also flew out. He moved his sword and let the cold tears dry on his face, but it was still difficult to hide the passion in his heart. 9 tribulations as one, invincible in the world. Yundong roared. The sword in his hand turned into a long dragon and rushed into the heavenly demon battle formation without turning back. Brothers, after 50,000 years, we meet again after a long separation. Let's fight side by side again. After the demonic calamity is quelled, you and I can talk about our parting again. Jun Weiling, Meng Chang'e, Shimen Wanli and Huanming, and the others all felt as if their hearts were about to explode from the boiling hot blood in this moment. Without the slightest hesitation, they followed behind Yundong and charged forward. Even if there was a mountain of swords and a rain of bullets in front of them, there was no turning back. There was no turning back. 9 tribulations as one, invincible in the world. 50,000 years later, we fight side by side. Hearing the long-awaited voice of their boss again, the joy and bitterness in their hearts made everyone's eyes brim with hot tears. They were extremely excited. It turned out that tens of thousands of years had already passed since they were separated. It had actually been so long. It turned out that we were finally able to see our boss again and fight side by side again. It turned out that we actually had a chance to get drunk for a few days and enjoy ourselves to our heart's content. Our boss said that he would talk about our parting after the heavenly demons were exterminated. His meaning was very clear. That was, now, let's fight like how we were together in the past. Everything can wait until after the battle. Meng Tsang, Duan Tian, Qin Fang, Lin Zun, Junlai, and the others also joined the battlefield in the most excited state. For a moment, even though the heavenly demon battlefield was filled with blood and flesh, even though it was in the midst of a fierce battle, it was still like a group of brothers reuniting after a long separation. Boss! Boss! The 9 tribulations brothers all shouted from the bottom of their hearts, making the eyes of the previous sword masters brimming with tears and unable to suppress the excitement in their hearts. These are my brothers, no matter what they have experienced, no matter how many years have passed, no matter how much they have improved, but they will always be my brothers and always will be. With my brothers by my side, I am invincible. Yundong's words made all the 9 tribulations, sword masters and 9 tribulations, brothers, shed hot tears. How long had it been since they heard this sentence? It was exactly what everyone was thinking, and especially what everyone was thinking at this moment. It seemed to be repeated and contradictory, but in fact, it accurately described everyone's mentality at this moment. In the face of the swarm of heavenly demons, 7 battle circles were naturally formed. These 7 battle circles were like black holes that devoured the heavenly demon horde, endlessly devouring and killing. The 7 Nine Tribulations, sword masters, each led their brothers whom they had not seen for a long time, and each blocked a part of the heavenly demon horde. Although there was a great disparity in the enemy's numbers, under the surging emotions of reuniting after such a long time, it was as if everyone was assisted by the gods. In front of them, the heavenly demon horde was like snowflakes under the scorching sun, melting one after another. They were like clay chickens and pottery dogs, unable to withstand a single blow. On the other side, Zixieqing and Emo Qinggu had already rushed to a faraway place and were about to converge with the army of the remnants of Purple Cloud. The 2 women were not injured at the moment and were safe and sound. The Purple Cloud Emperor's seal was still rotating slowly in midair like a huge beacon, guiding the remnants of Purple Cloud to converge here. Seeing the scene in front of them, countless survivors of Zixiao burst into tears. Finally, he could see the legendary, holy object with his own eyes. Heavenly Emperor Purple Firmament, our sovereign, finally returned again. To be continued. Search the Yunlai Pavilion for 100 times. Read 10,000 books for free. Yunlage. Chapter 2702. At this time, apart from Zi Wuji, the rest of the 9 Thearchs and 1 Empress had already joined the battle. The strength of these people was really not to be underestimated, although it was difficult for them to perform well among the high-end forces. That was because Cloud Master and Chu Yang's strength and combat power were too abnormal. In fact, they were also at the peak of the 9 heavens. Even though the 9 Tribulations brothers had soared to the same level as them, because they hadn't really broken in, it was difficult for them to control their own strength well. They couldn't really be on par with the 9 Thearchs and 1 Empress. As long as each of them attacked, a stretch of the heavenly demon army would be destroyed in front of them. They killed the heavenly demon horde as quickly as harvesting wheat. In just a moment, corpses and broken limbs were everywhere, and blood flowed like rivers. At this moment, the high-level battle power of both sides was truly disproportionate. The experts of Tian Kei's side were unleashing a one-sided massacre. However, at the same time, there was also a disproportionate number of people on both sides. The heavenly demon horde surged forward fearlessly. If you kill 10 of mine, I'll send 100 of mine. If you kill 100 of mine, I'll send 1,000 of mine, 10,000 of mine. Originally, the white fog covered an area of more than 10,000 miles. Although each of these people on Tian Kei's side was an expert, and each of them could cause damage within a considerable range, the heavenly demons in the defensive line of more than 10,000 miles were pouring in crazily. They really couldn't kill them all, and ultimately, they couldn't completely stop them. Everyone tried their best to move about, blocking and killing, but it was still beyond their power. They might be able to destroy the area covered by their destructive power. However, the areas that couldn't be covered were still filled with heavenly demon horde. Those heavenly demon horde roared and rushed into the 9 heavens imperial court, breathing and feeling the smell of the air that was completely different from the heavenly demon territory and purple cloud heavens. All the heavenly demons were extremely excited. They let out strange cries, not fearing death as they rushed in wave after wave. The battle continued. Everyone was already going all out, trying their best to clean up the heavenly demon horde that they could see. However, they had no time to care about the heavenly demon troops that had already rushed in. They really weren't strong enough and couldn't take care of everything. Dong Wushang could only issue an order. Middle Extreme Heaven Army, intercept them head-on. Also, leave a portion of the army to guard the various strategic points. Bit by bit, block the heavenly demons that have sneaked into the Middle Extreme Heaven. You must. Don't let the heavenly demon army enter the hinterland of Tian Kei. As for other matters, right now, he could only resign himself to fate. At the same time, the entire 9 heavens imperial courts, 10 great heavens and earths, also started to move like wildfire. The first batch of flying ships from each great heavens and earths that were fully loaded with experts were already flying in the air, rushing rapidly towards purple cloud heavens. For a time, the flying boat soared into the sky, covering the sky and the earth. Just the heavenly armament pavilion that Demon Emperor Heavenly Chuyang belonged to had 100 flying ships as the first batch of reinforcements. The preparations that Chuyang had made all this while had finally paid off. It was a flying boat, carrying 3,000 people. 100 ships meant 300,000 people. And this was only the first batch of reinforcements. Due to the suddenness of the situation, even though everyone was prepared for it, they never thought that the war would break out so quickly. For a moment, everyone was flustered. However, everyone was experienced in the martial arts world. After a moment of panic, they all calmed down, quickly stabilized their positions, and began to move. Wang Dao took his team of killers and set off in the first wave on the first, second, and third airboats. Then it was the team that Li Guanyu personally led. The second wave followed. Just the second wave already had 99 flying ships. Next was the majority of the troops, led by Meng Wuya. They reorganized themselves one by one. Those that were reorganized immediately boarded the flying ships and set off, while the rest continued to reorganize themselves. They waited for the following flying ships to speed towards purple cloud heavens in batches. On the other side, in the fairy forest, thousands of flying ships soared into the air. The elite elven army, led by the 5 fairy gods, could be said to be the most orderly team. All of them set off at once. A total of 5 million elven troops came out in full force. Dark cloud heavens, great overarching heavens, great western skies, green cloud heavens, red north heavens, south pole heavens. Everywhere in the heavens and earths of the heavens and earths were all covered in the clouds of war. Everyone sped along the way. A few messengers were replaced in a day. The first few messengers had long lost their voices from shouting. Bloody battle against the extraterrestrial demons. Recover purple cloud heavens. Eternity depends on this battle. Not only the official forces, but all the major sects in the heavens and earths were also eager to participate in the war. This time, the number of experts sent by the various sects was greatly unexpected, because in the past, when the major sects participated in this kind of war, they would inevitably keep some disciples with good aptitude as the foundation of the sect. This was also to prevent any accidents and also to have the capital to make a comeback. It was understandable. But this time, after it was said that it was a holy war launched by Minister Cheong Shao, even those little fellows in the sects were clamoring one by one, insisting on participating in the war, and their attitudes were extremely firm and unshakable. This made the higher-ups in the sects feel as if their heads were about to explode. With such an unprecedented war situation, even if a saint-level expert went, he might not dare to say that he could come back alive. Perhaps his death would only be a matter of a blink of an eye. Why do you bunch of little brats, who haven't even grown hair, yet insist on going? Do you think this is a vacation for fun? But this bunch of little fellows were all resolute, and their reasons were very strong. I'm afraid this is the last battle against the extraterrestrial demons. There will definitely be no more extraterrestrial demons in the future. Besides, this is the holy war launched by Minister Chu. He's calling on all martial artists in the world to participate in the war, to do their part for Tian-Ke, to do their part for our homeland. We are martial artists too. Naturally, we have to do our part for the holy war. The higher-ups of the sects rolled their eyes and were speechless for a long time. They really couldn't understand what was wrong with this bunch of little fellows. How much could their little strength be of use? With the aptitude of these children, leaving them for the future was the choice to shine brightly. How would the higher-ups of the major sects know that each of these little fellows came from Chu Yang's family? Towards Chu Yang, everyone was inexplicably grateful from the bottom of their hearts, constantly thinking of what they could do for their benefactor. Some time ago, when Chu Yang was being hunted down by Tian-Ke, the little fellows wanted to go out and help. But at that time, they hadn't gained a firm foothold yet, and their own strength wasn't enough. They couldn't help it all. This reality made these little fellows so worried that they sighed and felt ashamed. This time, when Chu Yang launched the Holy War, these little fellows were determined. No matter what, they had to participate. In the end, the higher-ups of these sects were pestered until they had no other choice. Besides, there were already instances of this bunch of little fellows leaving to participate in the war. Helpless, they could only grit their teeth and agree to bring them along to see the world. But it was also because of this that these sects had originally only planned to mobilize 1/5 or 1/3 of their manpower. But now, they had all increased their strength by 1-fold. To ensure the safety of these little ancestors, these were the future hopes of their sects, of course. What they didn't know was that it was precisely because of this holy war that these seeded contestants were allowed to participate in it, that these sects were truly guaranteed to flourish for a long time to come. And after the older generation of experts had withered away, it was also these seeds that protected the 9 Heavens Imperial Court to create countless legends for generations to come. And after this battle with the extraterrestrial demons, these seeds also truly united as one and became the true rulers of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. After the Holy War, Chu Yang led the 9 Heavens Imperial Court for an extremely short period of time before he left to pursue the eternal path of the Great Tao. And the era that Chu Yang and the others were in was called the Era of the Throne. After Chu Yang left, it was these little fellows who led the way and ruled the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Because these seeds of the major sects later revealed that they were people groomed by Minister Chu, the era that they ruled was called the Era of the Post-Minister. The front lines of the purple cloud heavens had already turned into a complete mess. After the arrival of the generations of 9 Tribulation Swordmasters, the entire battlefield was cut into many pieces by the 9 Tribulations battle formation. The 9 Tribulations battle formation weaved in and out of battle, slaughtering the extraterrestrial demons in a crushing manner. And in the distance, sharp whistles gradually sounded and smoke and dust rose. That was obviously the extraterrestrial demon army that had already received the news and was on the way. Although the distance between the two parties was still far, the smoke and dust that rose into the sky in the distance almost completely covered the entire blue sky. In the face of such an astonishing scene, Chu Yang and the others frowned deeply. The opposing party turned out to be an extraterrestrial demon army of at least 10 million or more. And on their side, even if Wu Yekwang's original army and the subordinates of the original 9 Tribulations brothers were added in, at the very most, there were less than 20,000 people. Although everyone was an expert and their high-end combat power far surpassed the enemy's, but how should they fight this battle exactly? This was no longer a question of whether they could win or not. It was a question of whether they could stop the enemy directly. Everyone was confident that their own safety shouldn't be too big of a problem. With so many experts gathered here, even if there were casualties, it wouldn't be an easy thing to do. However, once the enemy's 10 million strong army charged in from the 10,000 miles of defensive line, how could they stop it with just the few people here? This was an extremely serious and unavoidable problem. Even if only a few tens of thousands of extraterrestrial demons charged in, it would be a huge disaster for the ordinary people in the 9 Heavens Imperial Court. Chulu, Er's poison had long been used up. After creating tens of thousands of extraterrestrial demon corpses, she simply lit a fire and set it ablaze. There's no way to defend. Chu Yang, Mo Tianji, Xue Leihan, and the others were extremely troubled by this problem. Originally, when there was white fog, no matter how strong and special one's divine consciousness was, it couldn't penetrate the white fog and no one could fly. The first bridge was, of course, a natural stronghold in reality. After losing the barrier of the white fog, the so-called first bridge and the abyss under the first bridge became a joke. They only needed one leap to pass through it. It was as if it was a passageway, and in the long battles between the extraterrestrial demons, which of those who were qualified to gather near the first bridge were mediocre at all? Today was really a difficult labor. I squeezed it out like toothpaste. My mind was full of thoughts, but I felt like it was a mess and I couldn't sort them out. Search the Yunlai Pavilion for 100 times. Read 10,000 books for free. Yunlage. Chapter 2703. These ordinary extraterrestrial demons might not be able to withstand a single blow from Chu Yang and the rest, the 9 emperors and the previous generations of the 9 tribulations. But that didn't mean that they were powerless. Chu Yang and the rest had no way of defending against these people. The absolute gap in strength couldn't be made up with numbers. But as long as these extraterrestrial demons rushed into the hinterland of Heaven Imperial City and faced the ordinary people of Heaven Imperial City, they would become an existence of absolute strength. That would be an unprecedented disaster. As time passed, although everyone still looked calm on the surface, in fact, everyone's heart was on fire. Dong Wushang, why isn't your vanguard here yet? Mo Tianji finally lost his composure and couldn't help but flare up. Must you transfer troops from the capital? Can't the garrison troops come spontaneously to eliminate the extraterrestrial demons? Could it be that you're an idiot and your subordinates are idiots as well? Dong Wushang was full of anger. He immediately ordered, "You bunch of idiots! Why aren't the garrison troops coming? Quickly come and help." The other side replied, "The garrison troops have already set off for a day and a half." Then another message came, "The first batch of the garrison troops has already met the extraterrestrial demon army that broke into Heaven Imperial City." Both sides are fighting fiercely, and the situation is extremely tragic. Dong Wushang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He wasn't afraid of the tragic situation, but he was afraid that the extraterrestrial demons would invade. That would be the end of everything. He calmed down a little and turned to find trouble with Mo Tianji, but found that this guy had already slipped away. At this time, Zi Xieching and Mo Qinggu finally broke through the obstacles. They joined forces with the remaining people of Purple Clouds. "You are, Princess?" The leading elder looked at Zi Xieching excitedly. Zi Xieching raised her hand, and the Purple Clouds Emperor's seal fell down and landed in her palm. She used the most direct and purest method to prove her identity. "I am the daughter of the Purple Clouds Emperor, Zi Xieching." Other things could be faked or impersonated, but the identity of the Purple Clouds Emperor's descendant couldn't be faked. The Purple Clouds Emperor's seal was the most direct and unquestionable evidence. If one wasn't a direct descendant of the Purple Clouds Emperor's bloodline, it couldn't be activated. Witnessing everything happening in front of them and witnessing the Purple Clouds Emperor's seal's long-lost brilliance, all the remnant citizens of Zixiao burst into tears. They were inexplicably excited and no longer had any doubts. With a loud shout, everyone knelt down neatly and paid their respects to Zi Xieching, the descendant of Zi Hao. "Greetings, Your Highness." The heavens took pity on him. "We are the descendants of the great heroes of Purple Cloud. There's also the day when I return to Purple Cloud and bring glory to the world." Zi Xieching saw the situation in front of her and was similarly overwhelmed with emotions. She almost shed tears. "Seniors, please rise. I dare not accept such a great gesture from you. Xieching has been away for many years, and I've always been ashamed that I haven't done anything for Zi Shao Heavens. It's because of all of you that Zi Shao Heavens has been supporting Zi Shao Heavens to this day, and that Zi Shao Heavens' name has never fallen. Here, on behalf of my parents, I thank you." He said it out loud. Countless old survivors of the Purple Cloud tribe burst into tears. Their snot and tears flowed down their faces uncontrollably. Thinking of all the hardships, sacrifices, and encounters over the years, everyone couldn't help but feel sorrow in their hearts, choking with sobs. "As long as Your Highness returns, Zi Shao Heavens will have a descendant, and there will be hope for Zi Shao Heavens to regain its glory. All our hard work will have meaning. We will have no regrets, even if we die." An old man with white hair and beard trembling slightly on the ground, said in a choked voice. Zi Xieching couldn't help but feel sorrow in her heart. This old man also had the cultivation of a high-level saint. For an expert of this level, not to mention his combat power, he had already exceeded the limit of his lifespan and could control the aging of his body. However, he had already aged to such an extent now. All of this already explained too many problems. What kind of immense pressure had this old man been under all these years? Everyone. Zi Xieching's eyes were red. She took a deep breath and said, "We'll talk about all matters of Purple Cloud after the battle. Today's battle is the most important thing to Purple Cloud Heavens. Our top priority now is to bring glory to Purple Cloud Heavens. As for the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, the 10 Heavens and Earth have already been activated at the same time, preparing to exterminate the extraterrestrial demons and bring glory to Purple Cloud Heavens." Zi Xieching introduced the current situation concisely. Everyone's blood was boiling as they listened. They breathed heavily. Finally, had this day finally arrived? Was Purple Cloud Heavens finally going to return to the embrace of the Imperial Court? From now on, it would no longer be occupied by the extraterrestrial demons and would no longer be invaded by other races. It's just that because of some unforeseen events, the prelude to this counterattack has started prematurely. Currently, the situation is unprecedentedly grim, and our mission has become very important. Zi Xieching said, "The white fog at the first bridge has been completely eliminated because of that unforeseen event. However, because this unforeseen event came too suddenly, the other heavens and earth are not fully prepared yet. The combat power that can be mobilized now is only us for the time being. With the white fog gone, we have to stop the extraterrestrial demon army from infiltrating the Imperial Court, so we have to guard here." That white-haired old man's gaze became extremely sharp, just like a nail nailed here, completely stopping the reinforcements of the extraterrestrial demon army. Zi Xieching took a deep breath and said, "Yes, that's it." Upon hearing that, everyone was silent for a while. This was the first time there was an awkward silence since Zi Xieching revealed her identity. Although it was only for a moment, it was a real awkward silence. Zi Xieching was not surprised by this awkward silence. This was within her expectations. This was human nature. Everyone had the mentality of self-preservation, especially these remnants of Purple Cloud Heavens who had been abandoned by the 9 Heavens Imperial Court for countless years. Everyone knew what Zi Xieching meant. In the past, they were able to struggle at death's door. Apart from their own unyielding character, they also relied on guerrilla warfare tactics. They tried their best to hide, and only then could they barely survive. But this time, they had to use a frontal attack, and they were facing the entire extraterrestrial demon army, the strongest extraterrestrial demon elites. This time, if they really did so, the day of their destruction was really in sight. It was very likely that the last remaining forces of Purple Cloud Heavens would all be buried here in one go. That white-haired old man pondered for a while and said, "Your Highness, I only want to know how many days we have to hold out for this wave of attack. I need to know an exact time." Zi Xieching said softly, "At least 3 days." 3 days. I got it. The white-haired old man took a deep breath, his eyes shining with determination. "At this moment, we really can't guarantee that we can hold out for 3 days. But since the battle situation is so urgent, it has indeed reached the final critical juncture. We, the remnants of Purple Cloud Heavens, can only guarantee one thing. There is only one thing." He suddenly stood up, his body upright. His white hair danced wildly in the wind. His eyes were like lightning. Sweeping his gaze across the densely packed brothers and sisters behind him, he said loudly, "We can only guarantee. Before we are all dead, the extraterrestrial demons must not take a step forward." Yes, 1 million people shouted at the same time. "That's right. This is the promise of us, the people of purple cloud heavens. We can only guarantee that before we are all dead, the extraterrestrial demons must not take a step forward from our side. Even if we have to fight to the last soldier, we will never retreat. Forever purple cloud, never retreat. The white-haired old man raised his arms and shouted, "Forever purple cloud, forever purple cloud. Heroes of the world, only I see how. Forever purple cloud, never retreat." Millions of people shouted at the same time. Then, as if on a pilgrimage, they prostrated themselves before the purple cloud emperor seal. They were so pious. In the distant forest, there were still countless remnants of purple cloud heavens rushing over. Seeing the scene, they all knelt down. Hot tears filled their eyes, and they shouted themselves hoarse. "Forever purple cloud, forever purple cloud. Only I, Zi Hao, hero of the world. Forever purple cloud, never retreat." Such a majestic voice reverberated in the sky for a long time. In the sky, the wind and clouds surged, suppressing the monstrous aura of the extraterrestrial demons in the distance. The people of purple cloud heavens, the remnants of purple cloud heavens, no one could remain unmoved and no one could underestimate them. In all fairness, the people of purple cloud heavens really shouldn't bear such casualties and the fate of being annihilated. So what if the extraterrestrial demon horde entered the interior of Heaven Imperial Court? They would still die. What was the difference between the people of purple cloud heavens and those of Heaven Imperial Court? The people of purple cloud heavens had already sacrificed too much blood and tears for this piece of Heaven Imperial Court. After a long period of being invaded, they finally saw a glimmer of hope. However, when the glimmer of hope arrived, it didn't bring hope, but an extremely heavy request, a request that could cost countless lives. But the people of purple cloud heavens still fought without hesitation. "Only I, Zi Hao, hero of the world. Forever purple cloud, never retreat." Zi Xieching suppressed the sour impulse in her heart and said in a choked voice, "I know that all the people of purple cloud heavens are heroes. I've always known. I, Zi Xieching, can only guarantee one thing. When you fight, as long as you're still fighting, I'll definitely be there. Until the last soldier of purple cloud heavens, I'll definitely be one of them. If we're destined to be annihilated here, then among the thousands of corpses of our compatriots, I'll definitely be one. Zi Xieching hereby swears that we'll live and die together with the people of purple cloud heavens. This is our spirit, the spirit of all the people of purple cloud heavens." Everyone was shocked upon hearing this and said anxiously, "Your Highness, you're the last pillar of support of purple cloud heavens. No matter what, nothing must happen to you. Otherwise, how can we face His Majesty the Celestial Emperor? You can't talk about life and death so easily. Am I not from purple cloud heavens? Not a part of purple cloud heavens?" Zi Xieching's face was calm and she said softly, "Purple cloud heavens, the reputation of purple cloud heavenly emperor, can't be tarnished by me. I've made up my mind. There's no need to persuade me any more. Since I'm the descendant of Zi Hao, I naturally have to bear more responsibility. How can the reputation of purple cloud heavenly emperor be tarnished because of me?" Chapter 2704. The white-haired elder and the remnants of purple clouds looked at Zi Xieching, their eyes full of gratitude and relief. There was no sadness or desolation from the impending war and the impending doom. "You are indeed the daughter of the heavenly emperor of purple clouds, the princess of purple clouds heaven. Your temperament is exactly the same as the heavenly emperor of purple clouds." The few elders almost burst into tears. Zi Xieching shouted, "Now, please allow me to give an order in the name of my father. People of purple clouds heaven, listen to my order. The heavenly emperor of purple clouds, Zi Hao, hereby gives the order. Yes, your majesty. Go through fire and water. Be smashed into pieces. Die 1,000 times. Purple clouds, heaven will never retreat. Millions of people knelt down at the same time and roared in unison. All of them felt their blood boiling, as if their bodies were about to explode. Everyone seemed to see the mighty and invincible heavenly emperor of purple clouds again. He was still dressed in military attire, standing in front of them like a lofty mountain. His majestic and fiery gaze was looking at them and the others. In the distant place of Muduin, the heavenly demon army had already appeared, turning into dark clouds in the sky, as if to bring endless haze to the world. People of purple clouds, heaven must fight with all their might, kill all the heavenly demons, and restore the glory of Purple Cloud's mountain. Zi Xieching's voice was low, but it shook the earth and sky. Even if there is only one soldier left, people of Purple Cloud's heaven will never retreat. Never retreat. Everyone roared at the same time. Fight! Zi Xieching unsheathed her sword, and the magnificent sword light shone in the sky. But a red robe fluttered, and she rushed out first. Mo Qingguo didn't say a word from beginning to end. Following Zi Xieching, she walked with the 9 heavens dance steps. But this scene made all the remnants of Purple Clouds heaven choke at the same time. It was as if they were seeing a scene they hadn't seen for a long time. It was like this back then. The heavenly emperor of Purple Clouds, Zi Hao, and his wife, Ling Piaoping, were like this. One was strong and mighty, while the other was graceful and danced in the sky. They rushed towards the heavenly demons without hesitation. Everything. It was as if it had completely reappeared today. It wasn't just the heavenly emperor of Purple Cloud's heaven. Celestial Empress also had a descendant who came to Purple Cloud's heaven. All the survivors of the Purple Cloud tribe were so excited that their hearts were about to explode. Behind him, the Purple Cloud army was organized according to their formation, under the command of the white-haired old man. They lined up one by one in an orderly manner. Like a torrent of steel, it gradually took shape and then surged out. He did not back down at all as he faced the heavenly demon. Your Highness, ahead is the purple firmament desert. There is no way to defend here. The only way is to advance another 25 kilometers. Everyone, block the heavenly demon army at Boundary Mountain. That's the only place we can rely on. The white-haired old man suggested. The boundary mountain that descended from the heavens was insurmountable. An indestructible barrier. That place is the most suitable location for this battle. All right. Zi Xieching said without hesitation, Elder, I will listen to your commands. Today I will be your vanguard. Your Highness, you are exaggerating. The white-haired old man hesitated and finally asked, Your Highness, why do you seem to be wearing wedding clothes? Zi Xieching blushed and said, Yes, just a few days ago, it was the day of my wedding. It was also on that day that I fought a decisive battle with the culprit of my father's death, the Imperial Court Saint Cloud Master. This battle has been going on until today. Cloud Master finally died. But even if he died, he still wanted to harm all living beings. He also self-destructed at the last moment and destroyed the white fog of the Imperial Court barrier that led to the early arrival of this battle. Cloud Master is a complete scumbag. The white-haired old man gritted his teeth and scolded angrily, but he finally understood and said, Congratulations to your Highness on your wedding. I just don't know which young hero this honor. His eyes were full of concern, like an elder who was worried about the happiness of his juniors, or like a grandfather who was worried about whether his granddaughter had married the wrong person. Zi Xieching blushed again and said, It's the current minister of the 9 Heavens Imperial Court, Chu Yang. The white-haired old man was stunned again. Worry was written all over his face. He said sadly, Your Highness, you have been wronged, really wronged. He sighed, almost tearing up. He said bitterly, I don't know how old this Minister Chu is. Sigh, we are useless. We can't protect you and actually let you be wronged like this. How? How can we face the late emperor? Zi Xieching was stunned when she heard that. Mo Qingguo, who was beside him, almost laughed out loud even though they were in such a dangerous situation where danger lurked everywhere and their hearts were heavy. This old man seemed to have misunderstood, and it was a huge misunderstanding. How old was he? Did this old man think that Minister Chu was as old as himself? But she didn't know that this old man really thought so. So much so that he even imagined many things in his mind. Could it be that for the sake of reviving the purple cloud heavens, for the sake of sacrificing her own body in order to get that Minister Cheung Shao to help her take revenge? Not to mention anything else. For someone to be able to kill a saint monarch without a cultivation of a few million years, how could that be done? But Her Highness' sacrifice was really too great. Such a sacrifice was simply shocking to the heavens and earth. She had no regrets sacrificing herself for the sake of a part of the world. The more he thought about it, the more ashamed he felt. He almost wanted to commit suicide to atone for his sins. If Minister Chu were here, or if he had heard these words, he would have wept bitterly. He would have been in so much pain that he would have wished for death. He would have been sullen to death. How is your princess aggrieved and sacrificed? I'm only in my early 20s, okay? If we're talking about longevity, your princess is the one who's... Well, I'm the one who's being eaten up by someone younger than me, of course, even if a certain minister was here. Regardless of whether Xi Xieching was here or not, he wouldn't dare to say it out loud no matter how much grievance he felt. It wasn't wrong for a man to be afraid of his wife, especially when it came to the issue of each other's age. He didn't dare to make a sound. Xi Xieching coughed a few times. A trace of embarrassment and redness flashed across her fair and tender face. She said awkwardly, "No, you've misunderstood. Chu Yang is very good to me. He's not too old." The wife still felt sorry for her husband, especially when her husband was misunderstood to such an extent. He was already old. She was really unhappy to say it out loud. "Very good to you?" This can be taken for granted. The white-haired old man nodded sadly. Her Highness the Princess has sacrificed so much. This Minister Chu is able to obtain your favor in his old age. How can he be considered to have a little conscience? Sigh. On the other side, Mo Qingguo was already out of breath. She didn't know if she was angry, happy, or not knowing whether to laugh or cry. At this moment, she really didn't know what to say. It was the same for Xi Xieching and Mo Qingguo. Xi Xieching frowned. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You've really misunderstood. Chu Yang and I, we're poor friends. We've always been in love. And actually, that Chu Yang is much younger than me. Cough, cough. Oh. The white-haired old man realized that he had made a mistake. He was extremely embarrassed and said, This. Congratulations, Your Highness. You're a match made in heaven. A talented man and a beautiful woman. Give birth to a child soon. Generations to come. Xi Xieching was speechless again. Old man, those are all small matters. Our battle today is very important. The success or failure of today's battle will all depend on you. Xi Xieching hurriedly changed the topic. Although she was born a long time after her parents died, her actual age was indeed much older than Chu Yang. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that she was an old cow eating young grass. Faced with this question, a certain elder sister had always been a little embarrassed. Your Highness, please don't worry. I'll definitely do my best. The old man's face was full of embarrassment. I'll go and command the army now. We must stop the advance of the heavenly demon army. He left as if he was running away. Sigh, what am I thinking in my head? I'm really too embarrassed. But since the princess has found a suitable husband, all the more I can't let anything happen to her. Fighting on their wedding night. Sigh, this girl really has a hard life. In the battle later, I must send someone to protect the princess. If I can prevent her from fighting, I'll try my best to prevent her from fighting. We have a lot of troops on our side now. There's still hope to stall for 3 days. Mo Qingguo calculated as she ran forward. It's far from enough. Zi Xieching frowned. The survivors of Purple Cloud are scattered all over the place. Although it's not easy for us to gather so many of them in such a short period of time, it shouldn't be the limit. There should still be a large number of them who haven't arrived yet, based on the current numbers. Although there are many of them, those who can really participate in the battle and compete with the sky demons are at most 500,000. Compared to the army of sky demons, this military strength is like a drop in the ocean. Zi Xieching frowned. And once the heavenly demon army comes, there will be at least 10 million of them, and their numbers will only increase. The battle situation is not optimistic. Zi Xieching pulled Mo Qingguo. Let's hurry up. The heavenly demon army is coming soon. Don't let them take over the Boundary Division mountain first. Mo Qingguo nodded. She immediately sped up and rushed to the Boundary Division mountain. Before this, the entire Purple Cloud's heavens was almost occupied by the heavenly demons. Therefore, the geographical location of the Boundary Division mountain was not very important. There were also no special resources. Naturally, it became one of the places that was not valued. But the situation now was different. The 9 Heavens Imperial Court's natural chasm had been lost. The Boundary Division mountain had instead become another battlefield that could be used by both sides. The importance of this was imaginable. Therefore, even though Zi Xieching and the rest were rushing forward with all their might, the heavenly demons were also rushing forward without any regard for their lives. Everyone on the heavenly demons' side knew that if the remnants of Purple Clouds were to take over the Boundary Division mountain first, it was very likely that they would be able to hold on until the heavenly Imperial Court's reinforcements arrived. When that time came, it would definitely be 100 times more difficult than the current chaotic situation.